Good afternoon, everyone. This is Eddie Sarmiento, City Clerk for Hermosa Beach. Thank you for joining us. The City Council is still currently in closed session, so we're just waiting for them to finish up. So just some quick housekeeping for those of you who are here to provide public comment. We ask that you please make sure that your mics remain on mute until the public comment section of the meeting comes up, and everyone will have their opportunity to speak. If you would like to share your camera, I will promote those people to panelists in order to do so. And for those of you calling in by phone, we'll be putting up a clock for the 3 minutes that each public comment speaker will have during their time. So thank you for joining us once again, and thank you for your patience.
The Zoom conference call. Are you guys going to be on it too or no?
Hello.
Hello, Brian. We still haven't started the meeting. Council members are still in closed session. If I can ask if everyone who is in attendance to please keep their mics on mute.
Okay, it asked me to unmute. It said it asked me to unmute, so.
Oh, got it. I apologize about that. Yeah.
No worries. I was confused. Okay. Thank you.
When did you start? We just finished our closed session.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members who are on. I think we're just waiting for a couple, Mayor Pro Tem, I see you there, a couple other council members to join us. But thank you all for being in attendance tonight. We should be getting started shortly as we're just waiting for one more council member to join us. Thank you for your patience. All right, Madam Mayor, I think we should have everyone on. I see them on the list.
All right. Looks like we have everybody. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the September 8th regular meeting of the Hermosa Beach City Council. If you will all please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. For the flag.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
And
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all. Sorry, Eddie, I was waiting to see if the flag would pop up.
Yeah, my apologies. That was not. It was a big delay. I don't know if we have a big crowd tonight, so
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Technology has been a little glitchy so far this evening, so hopefully cross all the fingers. All right, Mr. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato?
Here.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Councilmember Fangay?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Here.
And Mayor Campbell?
Here.
We have full quorum to proceed.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, will you please deliver the closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight's adjourned regular meeting of the City Council was called to order at 4:30. There were no public comments on the closed session agenda and no reportable actions taken by the City Council in closed session this afternoon. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next is announcements. Do any of my colleagues have announcements about upcoming city or community events? Okay, seeing no hands, I do have a few that have been provided for me to give tonight. And the first one is regarding the BHS virtual event called Tackling the Stigma of Suicide Prevention. This week is Suicide Prevention Week. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for those of ages 10 to 24. On Thursday, September 10th, from 2 o'clock to 3:30 p.m., Behavioral Health Services will host a free webinar called Tackling the Stigma of Promoting Suicide Prevention for parents to learn about the warning signs, how to talk to your teens about suicide, and to talk about all the available resources that can be accessed. To register for the webinar, please check the city's website, a calendar of events, or the Behavioral Health Services Facebook page. Next is our free shredding event and compost giveaway on Saturday, October 3rd from 8 a.m. to 12 noon at the Hermosa Beach Community Center at 710 Pier Avenue. Athens Services and the City of Hermosa Beach will be hosting its semi-annual paper shredding and compost giveaway. This event is free and open to Hermosa Beach residents only. ID or bill will be required to show that you're a resident. COVID-19 safety precautions will be in place with the shred event set up in a drive-up format, and masks are required to pick up compost. This is your opportunity to clean out old files and properly dispose of papers without compromising your personal information. The paper shredding will be done on site, and you will be able to witness the destruction of your documents. After the documents are thoroughly shredded, the paper will be recycled. Residents may bring up to 3 banker-sized boxes for shredding per household. Please remove all binder clips if you are coming. Athens Compost is a blend of organic materials, including a mix of green waste, wood waste, and food scraps. The compost giveaway is a self-service event, so please bring a shovel and a sturdy container. No plastic bags, please. Compost is available while supplies last. 30-gallon limit for the first hour, and then the service is also drive-up only. No walk-ins allowed. Gloves and eye protection are recommended. Please call Athens if you have questions or need more information at 888-336-6100. Another announcement, reminder about the 2020 census. I'd like to remind everyone again that it is not too late to complete your 2020 census while being safe and practicing social distancing at home. Responding to the 2020 census online, on paper, by phone, or in person with a census taker helps secure vital resources for our community. The results of the 2020 census will help determine how hundreds of billions of dollars in federal funding flow into communities every year for the next decade. This funding shapes many different aspects of every community, no matter the size, no matter the location. Field data collection and self-response options will end on September 30th. So if you want to do it online, make sure you do it now before the end of the month to permit the commencement of data processing. If you have not already responded, please visit www.my2020census.gov to begin your 2020 census. It takes no more than 5 minutes and super painless and easy. And I remember Congressman Ted Lieu at the start of this whole process this season said it really amounts to about $2,000 per resident per year in money comes to our community. Next is to remind everyone to please register to vote. There are only 55 days left until the November 3rd, 2020 election. So please make sure you are registered to vote. You must be a United States citizen and a resident of California and 18 years of age or older on election day. To be eligible to vote in an election, you must have registered 15 days before election day. So to register, please visit www.lavote.net, or you can also call 1-800-481-VOTE, which is 1-800-481-8683. It takes 24 to 48 hours for your information to be updated in the system where you can check it online. Next, I would like to remind everyone that we will be remembering the anniversary of 9/11 this Friday. And although we are not able to gather this year, we want to take the time to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice during the 9/11 response and recovery efforts 19 years ago this Friday. I hope that we will all take time to stop by the 9/11 memorial bench on the Greenbelt to honor the memory of the lives lost and recognize the courage of those who put themselves in harm's way to save people they never knew. May we never forget the tragic events of that day, and may we continue to choose love over hate. May we choose sacrifice over selfishness, and maybe we choose unity over division. In doing so, we all can honor those that we lost. And with that, that concludes my announcements. And we can move on to the approval of tonight's agenda. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Armato. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Detoy. We have a motion and a second to approve tonight's agenda. Any comments before we go ahead and call the vote? All right. Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato,
Aye.
Councilmember Detoy,
Aye.
Councilmember Fangay,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey,
Aye.
and Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
The agenda is approved by unanimous consent.
All right, very good. We're in business and we can move on to proclamations and presentations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight we have no proclamations, but we do have some presentations beginning with item 7A, which is a fire station reopening. And I'd like to introduce Brandy Villanueva to kick this off for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and our community. It's with a great honor and pleasure to let you all know that our fire station remodel has officially completed. Our firefighters here at Station 100 have moved in on August 30th. So they are responding from the station as they move forward with calls. Although we weren't able to have a grand opening as we would have hoped, hopefully in the future, potentially at its 1-year anniversary, we could host its grand opening. But we decided as a team, both here at the city and with LA County Fire and Chief Hill's assistance, to create a virtual tour for our residents to actually see what the inside of the station looks like. It is already up on our website, on our fire construction page, but we do have it here this evening for you to view. So I'm going to ask Eddie to show it to you all. And then after, I'll let Chief Hale, if he's still on, or Chief Onzine, to say a few words if they would like to. Eddie?
Wonderful, thank you. So clean. Looking good.
I
Okay.
believe that concludes the slideshow.
Nice. Awesome. I just say a couple of quick things. I know we have some leadership Hermosa Beach people on the line, and I know that when I was a cohort member in Leadership Hermosa Beach from the class of 2014, one of the things they always do, and I'm sure maybe did not happen, maybe it did, maybe before the pandemic, they got to tour the old fire station, but I remember it very well. This is dramatic change and improvement. That kitchen is beautiful. So happy that our firefighters have a place to work and to cook and to serve our community. And it's also special that the Leadership Hermosa class of this past year that we're celebrating tonight had a fire station related project, which you've got to go check it out if you haven't already, up close and personal. Those tiles that say the history, it's really pretty precious. There are people who donated to have a brick to kind of commemorate on the ground there, the beautiful brand new flagpole, which was thankfully we have shining there with our shiny new fire station. So thank you, Brandy, for that. I want to just see if my colleagues have any questions for you, or I know I got a chance to tour it. I don't know if everybody else did. I don't remember what it was, a week or two ago. Really looks.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I know Chief Hale is on the line too. I don't know if he had a few comments he wanted to make.
Actually, this is Wes Sanzai here, one of the battalion chiefs for Battalion 18 and Hermosa Beach. Chief Hale had to attend another meeting, so I'm here in his place. And on behalf of Chief Osby, Chief Maroney, and Chief Hale, thank you for the opportunity to serve the residents of Hermosa Beach and to be able to provide that hometown attentiveness that LA County loves to provide.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for stepping in for the chief this evening to check in with us. Really appreciate it. Chief Hale is the one who kind of walked me through, so I really appreciated his meeting me down there for that. And I saw the firefighters out washing their big rig right out in front the other day, and it was nice to see. We haven't seen that in a very long time, so it was right before the weekend.
Great. And as Brandy mentioned, if anyone would like a tour from the city, please come by, arrange it through Brandy, or just walk up, and if available, the guys will give you a quick little tour. Although at this time, because of COVID reasons, we do need to keep it at a minimum and keep the attendance at a very low attendance level.
Yes, absolutely. I was just going to tag that on, and whatever you do, bring a mask. It's pretty easy if it's not busy and it's just one or two people to socially distance, but definitely bring your mask everywhere you go. So I know that I don't have any other questions. Brandy, do you have any other comments, or my colleagues have any? Councilmember Armada, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to quickly commend everyone that had a part in this, and thank you, Brandy, for your commitment to make sure that this could be completed, obviously with the support of LA County Fire Department. And I'm just so grateful that we can get our firefighters out of the temporary housing that we had and thank them for their sacrifices all this time and patience as we remodeled Station 100. And driving by, it's just so beautiful. I'm so proud that we were able to just renovate it and make it really clean. That kitchen looks fantastic, and I hope they all feel comfortable and at home. And we're just so grateful for their service. So thank you for all your hard work and dedication to make sure we got this across the finish line, Brandy.
Yeah, you went on leave, you came back, you had a brand new fire station.
Thank you.
No, we know, we were in those meetings. We know that was a lot of your heavy lifting as well. So, Well, thank you. That is really good news. Yes, Mayor Potem.
Very briefly, I think it's worth pointing out our gratitude to Supervisor Hahn as well, because the renovation of the firehouse is made possible by a 5-year interest-free loan from the county that is part of our contract with LA County Fire. So we have solved several problems through our partnership with LA County, and so I'm terrifically glad to celebrate the opening of the station. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Protem. All right, fantastic. Good news. All right, well, thank you all for being here for that. And we can move, it's a really graceful move to the next presentation because it is to recognize Leadership Hermosa Beach, class of 2020. Mr. City Clerk, did you have any other setup?
No, that was beautiful. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just that we have Jessica Comando here with us, joining us, and Rachel Hayes, who will be providing the play-by-play. And I will tee up that PowerPoint when you're ready, Jessica.
All right. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council. Thank you for having us tonight. You know, you already mentioned that it was appropriate that our project related to this, and so I feel it's perfectly fitting we go right after. I did prepare something to say so that I don't speak on and on forever. So with that, Leadership Hermosa Beach Class of 2020's Community Service Project was an effort to highlight and honor the history of firefighters and fire service in Hermosa Beach. Our firehouse dedication project was installed last spring, but remained behind fencing until recently while the renovations completed. But you can now go check it out. As Mayor Campbell said, the bricks are right out front, and as you walk by, you can find your friend's brick, if not your own, or the many businesses that donated to support, as well as the history of fire in Hermosa. We designed the area to include a new flagpole, it's beautiful, and the entire dedication area right in front of Station 100. The area along the sidewalk, like I said, includes the history of fire service, and the surrounding bricks were purchased last spring from community members and business owners. I'm a little repetitive here, apologies. I believe I speak on behalf of the Leadership Hermosa Beach Class of 2020 in saying that it was a pleasure to do this project. I was a project manager and a co-project manager, excuse me, and my other co-project manager is Rachel Hayes, and she will speak. We have a lot of people to thank after this wonderful presentation that the city prepared for us, actually. Eddie did. So with that, Eddie, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and pull that up now. Thank you, Jessica, for that.
Thank you. I believe this PowerPoint presentation includes a little highlight reel of the class members. I know if we were in person, you would get to see all of their smiling faces, but instead, here's a beautiful PowerPoint of all of my fellow classmates.
Awesome.
And graduates.
Ooh, big reveal.
Could have done a little music, I suppose, but.
You can sing, Jessica, if you want to.
I think I'll pass.
There's Rachel. I think I saw Scott on the line too.
I believe he is. Thank you so much, Eddie. That was wonderful. I will pass it on to Rachel.
Hi, I'm Rachel Hayes, co-project manager for Leadership Hermosa Beach Class of 2020. And on behalf of the Class of 2020, I would like to thank the people who helped make this happen. We'd like to thank our class facilitators, Tori Grafman, Nicole Burke, and Brianna Angelari. We appreciate your time, guidance, and leadership, especially as we pivoted to virtual classes so we could complete the class this year. Our class project relied heavily on two members of our team whose work I would like to recognize. Jason Alm, who's a local architect and member of the Class of 2020. His multiple architectural renderings enabled us to come to an agreement with Chief Hale and city staff on the final design. And Scott Hayes, also a member of Class of 2020, used his construction background to ensure all permits and scheduling were completed. The combined experience of these two made this project possible. But we could not have done this project without help from city staff. At the start of this project, we had tremendous help from Brandy Villanueva, who coordinated meetings with LA County Fire and presented our project to City Council for approval. We also recognized the services of Michael Edwards, who stepped in as the temporary emergency management coordinator. Amid the coronavirus, the delayed firehouse construction, and the protests, he was a huge help getting the construction of that front planter area scheduled so we were able to complete our project on time. We want to thank the Public Works Department and Community Development Departments for their roles. We also want to thank the LA County Forestry Division for working with us to coordinate schedules with the landscaping part of the planter area. And most importantly, we want to give a special thank you to Chief Hale and the firemen of Station 100 who serve our community daily. The heart of this project was for you. And last, on behalf of myself, Jessica, and Leadership Hermosa Beach, we would like to thank you, Mayor Campbell, and the council members for approving and participating in another successful Leadership Hermosa Beach project. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Rachel. A beautiful tribute. This was such a great project, you guys. Really going to be a nice memory for everyone in that class. And I know it might have been somewhat disappointing to not be able to have the normal celebration. I hope they had a good time at their quasi-virtual where they received their proclamations and got to kind of sort of graduate a little bit. I think that was just last week or recently. They tried to wait to see if the pandemic would give way. But anyway, this is really wonderful. And I really appreciate you putting the bow on top by reminding us of your journey. And I just, once again, would like to, as the mayor of Hermosa Beach, congratulate the entire class of Leadership Hermosa 2020 and thank them for doing such a wonderful job coordinating and collaborating with the city to make this beautiful flagpole in this whole area out front. It's right on Pier Avenue. What a great gift to the city for these emerging leaders. So thanks again. I hope you feel very proud, and I'm sure you do. So, and really appreciate you being here as well and coordinating through the virtual platforms to give us this update. And
thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right. Have a great evening, unless you're hanging around. And with that, Mr. City Clerk, I think we have one more presentation.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Thank you. We have up next our COVID-19 health update from Beach City's Health District, and we have Jacqueline Sun on the line for us. Jacqueline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, and thank you so much for allowing us to provide this update again. Pleased to continue to provide the state of COVID, some of the data that we have. So I'll just jump right in. We have some slides with updated numbers. The situational report is in the United States. There are 6.3 million cases of COVID-19, 189,000 deaths. In the state of California, 743,000 cases and 13,764 reported deaths. And in LA County today, we reported an additional 439 cases and 7 additional deaths. That brings the total case count in LA County to 249,241 total cases and 6,036 total deaths. Today's numbers are pretty low. They attribute that to some of the lags due to the holiday. Some of the testing sites weren't open yesterday. So we anticipate some of those numbers to be a little higher, but regardless, our trends are improving and have been improving for the past couple of months, as you see some of our case counts and daily case rates dropping dramatically since mid-July, as well as our deaths declining. I'll take the next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of where we were a month ago and where we are today. All the metrics are quite positive in terms of case counts, hospitalizations, positivity. In terms of the daily new case rate past 7-day average, we're just about 1,000 cases per day now. That's a 54% decrease since where we were a month ago. Total cases in the beach cities, in the past month, there's been a 20% increase, but I'll say that in the previous months, there was a much larger increase. So the rate of cases is steadying out in the beach cities relative to where we were when we had that second wave. Hospitalizations continue to decrease. We're at less than 1,000 hospitalizations per day. At the peak, we were about 2,200. So that's quite a good number. And positivity rates continue to trend down, both at LA County as a whole, as well as our testing site at Beach Cities Health District, where we've done over 50,000 tests since April. Those numbers continue to decrease, and we're seeing fewer and fewer positive cases, which is a good sign. So take the next slide. So I just wanted to take a moment. I know this isn't new news, but just to explain and talk through the California Blueprint for a Safer Economy that Governor Newsom introduced a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the 4 tiers and the colors. It's a 4-tiered system, and it is measured just by 2 indicators: our case rate, our daily case rate, and the positivity rate. And it's tier 1 through 4. Tier 1 being purple, then red, orange, and yellow. And as you move through the tiers, more things are allowed to be open. Right now in Los Angeles County, our numbers are updated today. Our new case rate is 9.6. I think last week it was 10.2, and our positivity rate is 4.3. So those numbers continue to improve, which is good. The way that you move through these tiers is that you have to have those good metrics for at least 2 weeks, and then you get to move to the next tier. You can also move backwards if you have metrics where you don't meet those thresholds anymore. So for new cases, we're talking, in order for us as LA County to move from purple to red, we have to have fewer than 7 daily cases per 100,000. So prior to this new framework, we were kind of talking about 100 cases per 100,000 in the past 14 days. And this is a very similar metric. It's now just broken down into daily new cases. That positivity rate with 8% is the same as it's been. So I think that what this framework allows is, it allows us to think of what, prior to this it was like, how do we get off the state's watch list? And then this is kind of, talking about what happens after that. I think that it allows us to reframe what is good versus what's just better. And I think that we continue to be very excited about the lower number of cases, but this really sets the path forward and allows us to see what we need to accomplish in order to get some of those sectors reopen the capacity that we would like. And it just, when we're talking about 10 million people in LA County, we're talking about a daily case rate of about 7. That's roughly about 700 cases per day. And it allows us to think, okay, 700 cases per day, that'd be great, because, we've seen 2,500, 3,000 cases per day, and now we're hovering just about 1,000. But it really allows us to think, oh, well, what if we had fewer than 100? What would that look like? And it really sets the tone for what we need to get done. So like I said, you have to have those metrics for a couple of weeks before you move to the next tier. It's a slow, methodical framework. And I'll take the next slide to describe what each of those tiers might look like. So I just put some of the sectors across the columns here to show what it means to be in each of these colors. You see that, in purple, most outdoor or most indoor operations are closed and it's outdoor only. when we move into red, certain things are allowed to be open at a certain capacity. For example, restaurants, 25% capacity. Schools are allowed to be opened when we hit the red zone, as long as we've been in the red tier 2, for at least 2 weeks. As we move into orange, you see more indoor operations and those maximum capacities increasing, and then we move to yellow. So I would just say that, this is the framework for how we're moving forward for the, considerable future, the next few months. I think that similar to how things have been, it's still, the state sets these guidelines, but the county still has the authority to decide what opens when. The county obviously can be stricter than state guidelines, as we saw when this framework was first introduced. They held off on opening hair salons for a little bit and later amended their health officer order. And I know that today the numbers get updated on Tuesdays, and so Orange County, for example, made it to the red list. I know that San Diego is on the red list. So, it gives us something to aspire to. I think that our metrics are looking better, but they're not necessarily good yet. And I think that that's just one way to kind of rethink and reframe how we move forward with this reopening. Next slide, please. So this is another chart, a new chart, even though it's still chaotic with all the lines as usual, but you'll find this at our dashboard at dcht.org/COVID numbers. This is a new chart that represents the new metrics that we're tracking with the state framework for reopening. It's daily new cases per 100,000. Now these numbers aren't going to be exact based on what the state is reporting for the county, because there's adjustments that they're making based on the number of tests that you're performing. These are 7-day averages with a 7-day lag. They're based on episodic date instead of reported date. So there's going to be some discrepancies, but I figured that it was good enough to kind of see where we are in terms of what's being reported, how our cities measure up against what we're seeing in the counties. In Hermosa, which is the green line, the daily case rate is about 5.8. You see LA County is in black again. We have Redondo in blue. Manhattan is in red. Torrance is gray. El Segundo is this purple color. Orange is Inglewood, and Hawthorne is yellow. And what we're seeing is, just as the cases decrease, that gap that we used to see between the county and the rest of the South Bay kind of closing a little bit, which is good. I think that the numbers in the South Bay, at least in the beach cities, have been relatively low for the past few weeks and even months, and so it's good to see that gap closing with the rest of the county. Next slide. And this is, again, we track new cases per week, and obviously that spike right in the middle was in mid-July, and we see the trends of really stabilizing numbers, which are good trends that we want to continue. So all of this data is available on our dashboard and is updated daily. And I'll take the last slide, please. And I just want to close by, again, giving our information referral line, 310-374-3426, extension 256. This is if you need any assistance, errands, those who need to stay at home, safer at home, medications picked up, meal delivery, things like that. We're here to help, and we're also urging everybody to go get their flu shot. So with that, I'll take any questions. I appreciate the opportunity to give this update, and thank you.
Thanks so much, Jacqueline. We're lucky to have 3 good news presentations this evening, and by good news, it's certainly relative. It's so nice to see Inglewood and Hawthorne coming down, as you had mentioned, and yet we must remind ourselves that we are so not out of the woods. We have leveled off and we're coming down, but it's still a high rate. Nonetheless, it's too many. It's enough to spread. We certainly hope and pray that this last holiday weekend, people were being extra vigilant and diligent about helping to continue moving the numbers in the right direction, because even what I notice, and I'll just speak for myself, is seeing those numbers come down, for a little bit now, is such a huge lift. I mean, it is such a lift after months now and months of not seeing if we could see our way through. And we have not clearly seen our way through, but to see signs of that should hopefully motivate all of us to dig in and keep it up and keep delivering those lower and lower numbers. And I'll just, that'll be my quick comment. I don't have a question. Do my colleagues have questions for Jacqueline? Yes, Councilmember Pangari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, Jacqueline, just a comment and a gratitude. I think you guys are doing a great job again by keeping us informed of what's going on these ongoing updates, and also what you're doing on your campus. I had the opportunity to go through the lines to get tested. You guys are doing, your volunteers are doing a great job out there with handling the testing. The website is just very easy to use and amazing for people to sign up and get tested. So I urge people that are listening, if you fit in the criteria of needing to get tested, to look up your website and go. Obviously your facility in Redondo Beach is so convenient and close to us. So I think you guys are doing a great job. So thank you again for the updates. On questions, I have two quick questions. You mentioned something about flu shots, and I heard on the news some other medical professionals saying you should get a flu shot when it's available. So now I'm confused if it's available now or not. So if you can let me know your thoughts about that. And then secondly, as people go through and get the virus and recover from it, what is the current medical advice about these people? Do they have immunity, or they still need to be careful going forward?
Great questions. I'll take the first one first. We've gotten a lot of, in terms of what the county is doing, we're, working in partnership with some of the cities, and we'll definitely include Hermosa in terms of doing a larger regional vaccination event. But flu vaccines are available through your provider right now. I know a number of people who've already gotten them, and they're available through CVS, and we're putting together a resource list of places where people can access them. Your second question about, remind me again, about immunity and folks who have gotten it. A couple things I'll say about that. One, we're seeing a lot of people who are going through our site who are testing positive for multiple times. And that's just because the virus can not be replicating, but it can still be in your system for up to 3 months. That's what the CDC is reporting. So you may, if you have had COVID and you might be still testing positive up to 3 months later. It doesn't mean that you're sick. It doesn't mean that you're infectious. The CDC recently changed some of the isolation requirements or return to work. Instead of having it be, you need a negative test to return to work, it's just based, it's a time-based system. So most people, unless you're severely ill, past the symptoms go through your 10 days and plus 24 hours after you've recovered, your isolation period is complete. You're allowed to go back to work, resume activities. I think that in terms of your immunity question, the CDC has also said that if you've been exposed in the past 3 months since you've had COVID, you don't need to get tested again. They're assuring some level of immunity for, somewhere about 3 months. Some of those, the research that's coming out is saying there's some level of immunity, but again, this being a new virus, nothing is for certain. There's still science out about how long this immunity lasts, which is, in the beginning we were kind of talking about antibody tests, and maybe that was the key out of this. But the truth is we don't know. And we don't know if those who've had it are still at risk. There's been cases documented of folks who get it a second time. It's a new strain. So, I think the question of immunity is still something that we're not sure of. But there are some guidelines out there of, if you've had exposure to someone who's had COVID, but you've had COVID in the past 3 months, you don't need to quarantine in the same way that you would if you hadn't. So hope that answers your questions.
It does. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. I appreciate it. And just for the record, I tested negative, not positive, so I was asking for a friend. Just I don't want people to freak out next time you see me to move across the street from me. But again, the testing process was just very smooth and very efficient, and I appreciate that. And thank you for information. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Good reminder that we don't know about this still. So other questions for Jacqueline or comments on this report? All right, Jacqueline, You are one of the most informed people anywhere on this, and we deeply appreciate your time and your attention to this and all your efforts of you and your colleagues.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of your leadership. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're more than welcome. We all have big roles to play here, and we will continue to do our part best we can. And unless you have anything else, or I'm looking across, see if my colleagues have anything, we can probably let you get back to your evening. Yay. All right, we'll see you next time. Okay, back to our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That takes us to item 8, City Manager Reports. And we have Madam City Manager Suja Lowenthal, who will be providing this report for us.
Hello, Suja.
Hi, thank you, Mr. City Clerk and Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to provide an update from the City Manager's office. We thank all of you who followed public health orders over the Labor Day weekend by avoiding parties, wearing face coverings when you went out, washing your hands, and staying home if you were ill. Your continued efforts will make a difference in reducing the number of new COVID-19 diagnoses in our county and allowing us to move forward safely in reopening additional business sectors, schools, and recreational amenities. With the hot weather, our beach and downtown were incredibly busy. We had additional Hermosa Beach health enforcement officers working over the weekend to protect public health. They were busy enforcing the urgency ordinance the council enacted on July 28th and requires face coverings at all times in downtown, all city parks, on the Strand, Pier Plaza, the Greenbelt, and the beach when out of the water. These are places where it is often not possible to maintain the 6 feet of physical distance at all times from others who are not members of our household, as is required by public health orders. The city's urgency ordinance imposed administrative fines for violations, which are $100 for the first offense, $200 for a second offense, and $500 for all subsequent offenses within a 12-month period. Over the 3-day Labor Day weekend, the health enforcement officers contacted 346 people. They distributed 100 masks and issued 221 citations. Before and throughout the weekend, we also had extensive news coverage of the face covering requirements and enforcement to help remind residents and visitors to wear their masks in Hermosa Beach. If people missed the news accounts, they could see one of the more than 250 signs and decals posted around town by our city staff about the face covering requirements. We have street banners over Pier Avenue and Pier Plaza and banners at our busiest parks. We have messages on our mobile changeable message boards. We have signage on the sidewalks on the Strand and Pier Plaza, as well as yard signs at other busy locations throughout the city. We also have a dedicated page on our website that has information about wearing face coverings and the city's face covering requirements. It can be accessed at hermosabeach.gov/face coverings. This page is also linked in multiple locations on our website, including the page banner and homepage. As we continue our path to recovery, we are pleased to announce that the Hermosa Beach Skate Park will reopen on Monday, September 14th, with new protocols in place to help prevent the spread of COVID-19. Current skate park members will be able to use it for limited periods of time. All will be required to follow the public health orders requiring face coverings and social distancing, and there will be additional steps to sanitize the site. For more information, please visit our website, hermosabeach.gov/skatepark. For our business community, we are continuing to work with restaurants and retail outlets so that they can safely operate outside, as required by public health orders. We are moving ahead with the implementation of the temporary closures of 1 lane of traffic on each side of Hermosa Avenue to accommodate outdoor dining, services, and retail during the pandemic. The City Council approved these temporary closures, and we will provide proposals later tonight for making similar changes to help businesses on Pier Avenue in downtown Hermosa Beach. We also responded to requests from local businesses by issuing supplemental guidance for temporary outdoor business permit holders. We provided guidance on the overnight storage of furniture and use of overhead power sources to provide lighting. The local businesses had asked to enhance their temporary outdoor spaces with more durable furniture that can be secured and left out overnight, and for increased lighting for diners as the days got shorter in the fall. Local business owners can view the supplemental temporary outdoor permit guidelines on the city's website and contact the city with any questions or proposed changes to outdoor spaces based on this new guidance. We also would like to remind businesses, tenants, and landlords that Hermosa Beach's emergency moratorium on all residential and commercial evictions for tenants who experience COVID-19 related inabilities to pay rents remains in effect. The City Council enacted the moratorium to protect tenants experiencing a loss of income because of the pandemic. To avoid eviction, tenants must notify landlords in writing and provide documentation within 30 days of when rent is due. Commercial tenants experiencing only a partial loss of income are required to pay a pro rata share of rent corresponding to reduced income. The rent is still due after the local emergency declaration ends. It must be repaid within 6 months of the local emergency's expiration. We are pleased to see some of our local hair salons and barbershops beginning to reopen after the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, in consultation with the Board of Supervisors, announced last week that it had revised the health order to allow the limited indoor operations of hair salons and barbershops. Hair salons and barbershops are able to reopen for indoor services at 25% of their indoor occupancy, provided they are in full compliance with the health officer's protocols for hair salons and barbershops. The order encourages these businesses to continue outdoor operations when possible and to offer indoor operations for those services that cannot be provided outdoors. Resuming business operations safely is essential to our local economy and the quality of life we all enjoy in Hermosa Beach. We thank our local businesses who are striving to operate safely and our visitors and residents who are following the public health protocols. By doing our part, all of us can contribute to lower infection rates, and that will help our children safely return to their classrooms and our extended families to safely celebrate holidays together again. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Holidays right around the corner. Gee-gad. Questions for the City Manager? A quick one. When you were talking about, and I was of course aware of the adjustment to the salons, do we know if most of our salons engaged that quickly or are in the process of that, coming online 25% inside and all that? Or do we have any sense of how many?
We don't know if 100% took advantage of it right away, but judging from how many were in contact and communication with us at the time that they were not allowed to operate indoors and how strong their advocacy had been with their own licensing boards, we can safely say that a lot of them took advantage of it right away. In fact, there was a miscommunication or a lag between when the governor made the announcement and when county had its protocols out. And so folks thought that they were able to open up right away. And thankfully, they reached out to us in the city and asked us if they were able to. So all that to say, I think everyone was eager to reopen in some way indoors. Not everyone was able to operate outdoors.
Awesome. Well, for anyone who needs a haircut or some grooming, that's good news as well. Other questions for the City Manager? Okay. Well, progress. A little bit of progress. Thank you, Madam City Manager. Unless you have anything else. Sounds like we have someone on the line with an unmuted microphone. Can find that. Okay, great. All right. I'm sorry. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it and all the staff's efforts. And we can move on, Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That takes us to item 9, public participation, oral and written communications from the public. And I'd like to just, if you'd like to receive and file, we did receive some oral written communications, Mayor, or if you'd like to proceed with public comment first, I'll leave that up to you.
Why don't we go ahead and receive and file the written communications that we have received? Do we have a motion for that this evening? Yes, thank you, Councilmember Armato. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Detoy. If there are no comments on those communications, we can go ahead and call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato.
Aye.
Councilmember Detoy.
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
And Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
So written communications have been filed and received. So that takes us to public communications. And I'd like to just start by prefacing, although the City Council values your comments, the Brown Act generally prohibits the Council from acting on any matters not listed on the posted agenda as a business item. This is the time for members of the public to address the Council on any items within the Council's jurisdiction, not on this agenda or items on this agenda. Please note that the City Council does not engage in a dialogue during public comment, and each speaker is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and we ask that all attendees remain muted during public comment. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 in order to unmute yourself, and participants joining by internet do have the option to turn on your camera if you so choose. Just remember to unmute yourself, state your name prior to beginning your comment, and I will have a 3-minute timer for those who do elect to use their camera. So with that, Mayor, I have no one listed, but if you'd like to open up public comment, you're free to do so.
Okay, which I will. I'm just a little confused because I see in the participant box, maybe there's a hand up, but oh yes, I see. Looks like Craig Cadwallader is on the line. Craig, if you're there, please join us for your public comment.
So I just promoted Craig to the panelist, so he has the option of turning on his camera. Perfect. There he is.
Okay. Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow council members, staff. I just wanted to make one friendly minor request, and I recognize that we had a long holiday weekend, and there is no agenda packet published, and I think I've mentioned in the past that my worst case scenario for a Hermosa Beach City Council meeting was having to download 64 separate documents, rename them, and reorganize them. When we got the agenda packets, that really made a difference. So perhaps it's just an oversight because of the holiday, and I hope everybody enjoyed a safe and healthy holiday. And then I wanted to just say congratulations on the reopening of the fire station, and also kudos to Leadership Hermosa Beach class of 2020. I'm a graduate of the 2005 class of Leadership Hermosa Beach, and I served on the board of directors. And this is an excellent example of Leadership Hermosa Beach making a substantial contribution to the community. So kudos on keeping that up, and kudos on the new fire station, and hope we always have agenda packets. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Great, Craig. Thank you for being here tonight to comment. You kind of look like the man of mystery there in your square. Checking my boxes. I don't see any other raised hands. So I will just open it up with a request, or an invitation rather, to say if there's anybody on the call, either on the phone or in the Zoom call, who would like to provide public comment. Now would be your opportunity. Oops. Hello? Is someone there? Okay, thought I heard someone. So I'll just say again, is to see if there's anybody out there who would like to provide any additional public comment this evening, general public comment, that is. Now is your opportunity to speak up if you're on the Zoom call, or press *6 on your telephone. I don't see anyone on by phone. I'm seeing everybody, so. Okay, I see a hand going up by John David. John David, we will unmute you, and there you are.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Well, I don't have anything for general comment. I just want to tell you, I tried to call in so I can listen to the meeting from my cell phone and wasn't able to. So it seems like there's an issue going on. So I just wanted you guys to know that.
Appreciate that feedback. I don't know if our city clerk or anybody on the city side has any insight about that at all, or if not, we will try to figure it out.
I see a hand.
Don't have any insight on that, Council Mayor Campbell, but I'll work on that to just verify if there were any other issues for people trying to join by phone.
Okay. All right. Very good. John, was that it for now then?
Yeah, that's it. I'll come back to discuss one of the issues, but sure. That's it. I wanted you guys to know. So thank you.
Appreciate it. The heads up. Last call for public comment at this point in the meeting, general public comment. And I see no hands going once, going twice. Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment for now, and we will move forward with our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to defer quickly to City Attorney Michael Jenkins just to confirm, because we are moving on to the agenda with the phone line. City Attorney Jenkins, is that something we should pause for just to double check? We're working on that now before proceeding.
We have a number of redundancies built in, and all of the instructions are included on our agenda, so I think we're okay moving forward right now.
Yeah, maybe it's some phones or not others or something like that. I don't know. Okay, very good. Thank you for checking in on that. And I guess we can move forward. And we are at City Council member comments. So this is an opportunity for council members to briefly respond to public comments or ask a question for clarification or make a brief announcement or report on your own activities or meetings attended. Is there anybody who has any of those items? Yes, Councilmember Fangari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am just going to somewhat reiterate what I said last meeting, because I think, unfortunately, I'm seeing it again. I'm just about our code enforcement regarding masks. I was out there again over the weekend and seeing what our code enforcement people are doing, and I just don't understand it. There's a huge amount of social gatherings on the beach and other areas that seem to be completely missed by our code enforcement. But they find a couple will walk around by themselves, which, presumably are family members, and they go inside them. I was really surprised that two incidents that I saw this weekend. One was one person was standing by himself, even offered a mask. What we're doing is education and public safety, and then enforcement. But the fact that he walked away with a ticket and no mask, and I asked him, did they ask you did they offer to give you a mask? He said, no, they didn't. And then another couple that got tickets and they had their masks in their hand. They weren't asked to put their masks on. They were saying, you're not walking around with a mask, without masks, wear your driver's license and we'll give you citations. And I know all of us have received an email from somebody about a family sitting in one of the parks that looked like they were getting citations as well, which just by themselves. And my take on it is, I can't explain to this family or this couple or this guy why they're getting a ticket when there's literally hundreds of people on the beach and they're clearly not social distancing and they're clearly all over each other and we're leaving them alone. And I'm just kind of puzzled about our consistency, about the messaging that we're giving to people. I know from hearing on the news, there's a lot of concern from just nationwide about if we're not doing the right things, that there may be a significant increase in the number of detections after the 3-day weekend. And obviously it's too early for us to tell whether that happened or not. But I think just visually from what I was seeing on Pier Plaza and on the beach and on the Strand, even though the number of masks has increased, it is still significantly less than the 80 or 90% that we'd hopeful to have. And from as far as social gathering on the beach, I didn't see anybody interrupting anybody on the beach that was getting together in numbers of 15, 20, or 30 people. Yet we happened to pick on a couple that were walking around by themselves and give them a ticket, or a family sitting on the park give them a ticket. As the four of you know, I voted against this ordinance for this specific issue because I was concerned about people being kind of selected for enforcement, even though they're technically not next close to anybody else that they could potentially impact. And that's what I'm seeing, both myself being out there in downtown and from people that have reached out to us by emails and pictures. And I'm just puzzled. And when people call me and ask me or email me, I said, I really don't have an answer. I didn't vote for this ordinance specifically for that reason. But I think the guidance we should give to our code enforcement is, we need them on Pier Plaza. We need them on the Strand. We need them on the beach. And by comparison, again, of what Manhattan Beach is doing, and I understand, and I mentioned at the last meeting, that they do get our code enforcement folks, they do get abused, essentially. They get talked back to and they get yelled at or whatever. So it's not a very comforting position for them to be, and it's not a great job for them to have, and I get that. But the distinction that I see in Manhattan Beach and why I think it's more effective there than for us is Manhattan Beach had this significant visibility of the enforcement officers, police cars, police officers. So when a code enforcement person walks over to somebody, hey, you need to put a mask on, here's a mask, and there's 2 or 3 police cars in the background within, a 50 or 100-foot distance, people take that seriously, that if they're not going to abide, there may be a police that come and have a conversation with them. And for us, I just didn't see it. I didn't see the visibility of people. I didn't see the code enforcement people being in the area where we want them to be. It seems like, it's kind of like easy enforcement. We're going to go find people by themselves and give them a ticket. But if there's 5 or 6 people or 10 people by themselves, together, and none of them is wearing a mask, we're going to leave them alone because we don't want to be dealing with the issue. And I just don't think that's the direction that we should be giving to our code enforcement. And I don't think it helps our residents or businesses when people are going around, and as long as there's so many of them that are not wearing a mask, that they're not going to be bothered by being asked to comply with our enforcement. And then also, again, I mentioned last week, and Suja, I appreciate the fact that we have now some barriers on the Strand to minimize people from going through the Strand when the lights are on. But in the areas where there's no barriers, I see motorized bikes going to the Strand on a regular basis every single day, repeatedly. And my friends that surf have now got to develop a new system. They put their surfboards on their motorized bike with basically the pointed portion of the surfboard pointing directly in front as they're heading. And I'm just dreading having one of these bikes hit a toddler going on the Strand, because they're the bikes are very heavy, they go very fast, and now they are kind of loaded with a surfboard that just obviously makes it a lot more dangerous. And again, I don't see any enforcement. I don't see really any signs. The speed limits that's supposed to show the bike's speed are still not working. They probably have been working for several months. I was hearing a lot from our community about this during the time when I had community first meetings, and I don't hear from these people anymore, but I just see it every single weekend, and it concerns me that we're not doing anything to improve in our code enforcement for these issues. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know if the chief, if you want to weigh in now, Madam City Manager, or if the chief was going to weigh in at a different time tonight, or there he is.
So I will.
I think it would be best if the chief weighed in under the item later on the agenda on the COVID report, so we could keep this item limited to city council member comments and not get into a big discussion or a debate.
Okay, very good. Understood. You got that, Chief? We'll get you. So you were listening, and so I'm sure we'll hear your updates and clarifications in a little bit. And we will see if anybody else has any announcements, activities. Seeing none? Oh, yep. Councilmember Armato.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick update that the State Water Board had their meeting last week, and to discuss whether or not an extension was granted to the AES power plant past December 31st of this year. And they did, in fact, grant a 1-year extension. Of course, many of us are worried that that could be extended yet again. They didn't give us much confidence that it certainly would not be the case. So it leaves us all a little concerned. But I wanted to thank you, Madam Mayor, for calling in, to my colleagues that had written in on the record or attended in person to the many meetings that they've had, along with Mayor Brand, Councilmember Lowenstein, and Horvath in Redondo Beach. And huge kudos to all of our residents that wrote in letters that were put on the record. I heard there were over 700 comment letters, many of which were from Hermosa residents, and for those that dedicated almost an entire day to attending the virtual meeting, only to be left pretty disappointed by the outcome. But I'm so grateful for the collective effort of all of our residents and you all and our colleagues in Redondo Beach. We certainly gave it our all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, and you did a fantastic job. To my colleague, Councilmember Armato, Hermosa had a fantastic showing at that meeting and previous meetings, so it was very disappointing. At least it wasn't a 3-year out the gate delay or push down the road, but we're going to have to stay on it, basically, and continue to advocate for our interests. But thank you for that update. Anything else before we move on? Yes, Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will add one more. It's more of an announcement as well. I thought that Craig was going to be mentioning this, but I know it's been on some of our social media that this year the city has again partnered with Heal the Bay. There's no more Coastal Cleanup Day due to COVID this year, but we are doing a Coastal Cleanup Month, which is the month of September, and there are no organized events, but to grab your family and housemates and go down, grab a bag, and clean up as much trash as you can, especially after the holiday weekend. There is 1 or 2 pieces of trash out there on our beaches, and let's keep our beaches clean, our watersheds clean, protect our marine life, and again, keep Hermosa beautiful. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll tag on to that because since we've met last, the Economic Development Committee had another meeting on the 31st of August. And we'll be talking about some of the fodder on that agenda. But what I'd like to say is I have received personally a very nice, healthy handful of compliments from stakeholders, members of the advisory committee, and people who are paying attention closely to that conversation. No surprise to anybody. And I think that after this was just the 3rd meeting, I think we're really kind of gelling on the things that we're focused on. We had a very insightful, lengthy and thorough presentation from Tony Cordy, who is a big commercial real estate development broker, and it was sobering, but clearly the kind of insights and information that we need to bring to the table so that we can consider what some of the trends we're already seeing and what some of the challenges could be as a result of what we're living through economically moving forward. So we're kind of on a roll, and I was glad to hear the feedback from those that we're on, and we're going to tackle a piece of it on the agenda tonight with regard to Pier Avenue. So I will stop there and see if there's any other announcements from any other committees or, okay. All right, very good. Thank you for that. And I guess we can now move on to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That takes us to item 11, consent calendar. And at this time, it would be appropriate for any council members that would like to pull any items from the consent calendar to discuss separately, may do so now, or you can go ahead and act upon the entire consent calendar with a motion and a second.
All right, looking to see if there are any hands. I see Councilmember Fangari and Mayor Pro Tem Massey. Go ahead, Councilmember Fangari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull items 2C as in Charles. I'm just looking through my agenda to make sure I call them out as well. Item 2C, which is the memo of understanding between Redondo Beach, Hermosa, Manhattan, and Torrance. And 2F as in Frank, which is authorizing the city manager to amend the contract with Athens Services.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Massey, do you have anything different?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, so we have 2 pulled items. Do I have a motion to approve the balance on the consent calendar? Thank you. So moved by Councilmember Armato. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Massey. A motion and a second. There are no further comments. Mr. City Clerk, could you call the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato.
Aye.
Councilmember DeToy.
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey,
Aye.
and Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
The balance of the consent calendar has been approved.
Thank you very much. And we'll move right into,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That takes us to the items that were removed from the consent calendar by Councilmember Fangari, starting with item 11C. So I can just go ahead and read that for you guys. So 11C is the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Redondo Beach, the City of Hermosa Beach, the City of Manhattan Beach, and the City of Torrance, and the Los Angeles County Flood Control District regarding the administration and cost sharing for updating the Enhanced Watershed Management Program and reasonable assurance analysis for the Beach Cities Watershed Management Group. And we have Environmental Programs Manager Douglas Cross to answer any of your questions.
thank you, Doug, for being here. I'm going to start with Councilmember Fangari, who pulled the item, just so we can have his curiosity up front.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for letting me go in first because I don't want Doug to waste any time. The only reason I pulled this item is because, as my colleagues know, I did not vote in support of various things, the financial authorization. So I want to make sure that I vote against it. But otherwise, I don't have any comments. I don't have any questions.
Okay, very good. Anybody else want to preempt on this topic? I know I have something, but go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to pull this item because I had a few concerns about the language in it, and it really relates to two things primarily. The first is there's a reduced allocation of costs to the City of Torrance, which, as I understand it, is based upon Torrance's plan to construct or already having completed constructing some retention basins that will reduce their contribution to the Geronda storm drain and perhaps other aspects of the watershed. It seems to me that in light of that, that should be reflected in the whereas clauses so that it's clear up front why the cost allocation is the way it is. And there should be a related provision which basically says, to the extent that we're reducing Torrance's allocation based upon Torrance's commitment to build projects that will reduce its contribution, that if those projects are not completed or they don't actually capture the volume of stormwater that we based our allocation on, that the allocation would be reopened and adjusted to reflect Torrance's actual contribution. That's the first thing. I spoke with Doug, and he'll speak in a second, but I believe his clarification to me was that the different allocation to Torrance here, the lower allocation to Torrance, is based upon projects Torrance has already completed and that are already operational. It seems to me that even in that circumstance, there should be a whereas clause that reflects that so that we have a clear indication of why Torrance is getting a much lower allocation in this MOU than my understanding was with respect to the allocation Torrance had in the underlying MOU from 2013. Because in that MOU, Torrance was a substantial contributor to the stormwater that would be captured by the Greenbelt Infiltration Project, for example. They were second only to Redondo Beach. So there's a significant change here, and it's not flagged or brought out in the actual language of the agreement. And the second concern that I had, let me see if I can pull it up. Tasks 1 through 3 in this are allocated on a per city split that is just a flat rate. It's not related to each city's proportionate contribution to the stormwater that needs to be addressed by the Enhanced Watershed Management Plan. And as Doug explained to me, tasks 1 through 3 are, like every other task here, part of a preparation of a revised or updated EWIP, as well as an updated reasonable assurance analysis, which is essentially the modeling work and the analysis, the technical analysis that the cities go through as a group to ensure that when they build these projects, they will satisfy the MS4 permit limits. And it's not clear to me why this was written so as to carve out tasks 1 through 3 and give them a flat percentage split between the cities, because obviously Hermosa Beach and Manhattan Beach contribute a substantially smaller portion of the stormwater that needs to be addressed by the EWIMP than Redondo Beach, for example. And my understanding of Doug's explanation was that in the drafting process, all the cities agreed that those tasks should be split out and simply allocated this way. But I haven't been able to really get my arms around the sense behind that, because all of the work we do, whether it's administrative tasks to update the EWIMP and the reasonable assurance analysis, or something more focused on addressing a specific project related to a specific breakdown of stormwater entering the system that needs to be dealt with, is all ultimately attributable to the cities based upon their contribution to the stormwater that needs to be addressed in order that we all as a group can meet the MS4 permit. So I do have concerns that essentially the larger contributors with respect to tasks 1 through 3 are getting something of a free ride on the cities that are the smaller contributors. So I wanted to bring those two issues up. I'm concerned about them. The first issue is really a drafting issue. The second issue is more substantive, and it's about how we allocate costs amongst the partners to the Beach Cities Watershed Management Group. So that was my purpose for bringing this up. I think my inclination at this point would be to continue this matter, to get further information from staff on this issue, and then we can decide based upon, I think, a good and thorough explanation of why tasks 1 through 3 are allocated this way, whether or not that's something that we are willing to sign on to. That is, of course, assumes that the rest of the council shares the concerns that I've raised. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Massey. Doug, did you want to weigh in at all in any particular way?
Well, Justin and I have spoken about this. The Torrance issue, I do apologize for the confusion on that. That reduction is based on reductions that are already in effect on projects that are complete. They are working on additional similar projects, and I confused the two in my explanation to you. And then again, regarding the even split on tasks 1 through 3, that was the consensus of the group based on the nature of that work, and that it would be not really anything new, just changing language, rerunning models, and kind of really administrative work that didn't favor or lean towards one city or the other. It's basically taking the plan and updating it. So, but I understand your concern, and it is something we can get a little more information on if necessary.
Any negative impacts whatsoever with regard to this item to continue it tonight so that we can get a little bit more information?
No, I mean, we can move it back to the next council meeting if we do, want to settle on changing some language. Obviously, that'll delay it a little bit longer. But, that's how this works. So, yeah, I can get more information and we can start from there.
Okay, I have one other question. I was gonna pull this item as well to remind about an announcement. I think I made it at the last meeting that I heard at the last sanitation district meeting. Are you and staff aware of? And now I'm a little confused. Maybe it's the regional water board. They have a meeting in 2 days, and they're specifically going to be talking about the extension of the deadline to comply. Since everything got pushed, and they were what we were told at that sanitation district meeting is they were interested in the various municipalities weighing into that conversation. And I don't know, what the conditions are for what a city like ours would weigh in. But I was wondering if our partnering cities were aware of that, planning to attend and weigh in, and if so, to what end?
Yeah. I haven't heard any specific concerns from our neighbors about this, or at least at the staff level. The meeting this week. It's concerning delaying the new permit. But the draft permit is out. Comments on it aren't due until October, and that's something we're working on. You know, I was going to get some information together for the council about that. I don't see it as urgent. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Very good. Since it's full, I thought I'd ask. All right. Other council members want to ask a question or respond to Mayor Pro Tem Massey's comments and requests? Okay. If there are no negative impacts, I don't see anything necessarily wrong with getting more information so that we're at least clear and can understand these new, rebooted details and feeling comfortable about all of it. So that's all that's needed. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion so we can give clear direction to staff.
Very good.
Madam Mayor, I move that we continue this item to our next council meeting or the nearest council meeting that staff is able to gather the information that we request. And further, that we move to explore with our partners whether or not the agreement should have a recital at the beginning referencing Torrance's construction of projects that have reduced its contribution to the system, as well as any related provision that would say, to the extent that we're basing the allocation on a reduction by Torrance for projects that have yet to be completed, that if those projects are not timely completed or do not capture the volume of stormwater that Torrance has advised us they will, that the allocation would be reopened to adjust for that. Third, we should get a cogent explanation from the Beach Cities Watershed Management Group, the staff working group, as to why tasks 1 through 3 should be allocated the way that they are. And finally, I would ask staff to ask our partners and our city attorney whether or not it would be wise to add a provision to this MOU that expressly states that nothing in this MOU supersedes any provision of the dissolution MOU that we recently approved.
I'll second that. Perhaps not the longest motion that I've ever heard, but it's probably in the running. I'll second that. All right. Any final thoughts before we call? Oh, yes, Councilmember Frangari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm always in support of having staff provide more information, but since I'm opposed to this item, I will just not support the motion and just be done with it. But I appreciate that we're asking staff to provide additional info so you guys can make the right decision going forward.
Okay. And do we need to open an opportunity for public comment briefly? Okay. And I will do that now. If there is anyone on the line who has been listening and would like to weigh in on this pulled item, please do so now. If you are on the Zoom call, we can make you a panelist and you can just speak with your video or just your voice. If you're on a phone, it's pressing *6 and you just speak up.
I've just upgraded Craig Cadwalder to a panelist, Madam Mayor. I believe he would like to comment on this item.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I just wanted to make a brief comment. I understand the long-running issues, especially with the Greenbelt Infiltration Project. And I just wanted to remind council that there are contributors and there are beneficiaries. And the outfall from this, the storm drain project, the primary beneficiaries would be the residents of Hermosa Beach, since that outfall is whatever comes out is impacting the water quality right in front of the residences in Hermosa Beach and some in Redondo Beach, but primarily in Hermosa Beach. So I would encourage to consider who is the primary beneficiary of projects such as these. And I also wanted to point out that Manhattan Beach is moving forward with their 28th Street infiltration project. They'll have another public meeting on September 17th. which is a similar kind of issue. So I hope you'll take all those considerations into effect when you're making this decision. And it really does benefit Hermosa Beach more than anybody else. So I hope you keep that in mind. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you for commenting, Craig. Is there anyone else who would like to jump in and weigh in on this item? And now is an opportunity to be heard. I do not see any more hands. Okay, last call for public comment on this item. I don't hear anyone, so I will go ahead and close public comment, and I will ask Mr. City Clerk if he'll call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember Detroit?
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
And Mayor Campbell?
Aye.
The motion is approved to bring this back to the next or the next possible meeting when all the information is gathered that's been requested.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. I just had what I suppose I could characterize as a point of order. I just had a quick question about our new agenda format and agenda item number 7, items removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion, has 2 subparts. The first is public comments on items removed from the consent calendar, and then the second subpart is items removed from the consent calendar. So I just wanted to see if we could clarify for ourselves for tonight and in the future, whether the intent here was to open public comment on all the items pulled, have that, and then get into the substance of it and have no further public comment as each of the items was teed up for a decision by council, or whether there was some other thinking, just so we're clear and so the city clerk's clear and so we're having a consistent process.
Good question.
Honestly, Councilmember, the intent was just to remind us to take public comment. And that was as far as I think I was thinking. I think it's not significant whether we take the public comment as to each item separately or whether we take all the public comment on all the pulled items together. And then we had, my thought process hadn't gotten that far. I just thought we should have a little reminder here that we need to take public comment. So however you wish to do it, and if you wish us to change this, of course, we'll change how this reads going forward.
Great, thank you for the question and the answer, Mayor Pro Tem Massey. Did you have something to add to that?
Simply that I think the best practice would be for us to treat items pulled from the consent calendar like every other item that's on the agenda. That is, we get the staff report if needed. In most cases, we dispense with the staff report for items pulled from the consent calendar and simply have the council member who pulled them explain what it was that they were interested in so that the staff member can give focused response. Then we can have any other questions from council, open public comment up, bring it back for discussion and a motion. Sort of how we would do it with a regular agenda item. That seems to me to be the most sensible way. Thank you.
Yes, that would be where I stand on that too as well. Somebody else had their hand up, I think. Councilmember Fangari?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say exactly what Justin said. I just think that if we open up the item for everything that we pull from the consent calendar before we talk about it, then the public is not going to know why we pulled the agenda item. They're not going to know the issues that we're talking about, and it will deprive them from being able to provide meaningful input on the issue that we are discussing. So I think treating a consent item once one of us decides to pull it as a regular agenda item, and in my opinion, is the right way to go as well.
Okay, very good. So with that, can we now call the vote? Oh no, we called that vote. Now we move on to F, consent item F.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So that takes us to item F, authorize the city manager to amend contract with Athens Services for sweeping, cleaning of streets, alleys, walk streets, parking lots, and the pier in Hermosa Beach to increase sidewalk cleaning service in the downtown area. And this is, we have also Environmental Programs Manager Doug Cross to answer any of your questions.
Okay, great. So we have the benefit of the reason to pull this. I will defer to Councilmember Fangari to make that clear before we hear from staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the main reason item is, as we all know from various discussions and input that we got from our residents, is the balance between keeping our city clean and minimizing the noise impact to people that live in the area that we're doing the cleaning. So, Doug, I couldn't tell from the staff report of when the cleaning is proposed to be done. So between 14th Street and 8th Street. And if I'm missing it or somewhere in the staff report or an attachment that I missed, I apologize. But to the extent the intention is to do this additional pressure washing at the time, for example, and me being familiar with these streets and the street sweeping time frame, if the intention is to do this, the pressure washing at the same time as the street sweeping, then I stand corrected. I'm fine with it. But if we are contemplating doing this at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, then I have a real problem with us proposing to do this and putting in a consent item and not providing adequate notice to people that live in that area or the businesses in that area, and then having obviously various input and comments from people saying why are you doing this pressure washing at 5 o'clock in the morning and waking me up? So I guess the first question is, do we know based on our arrangement with Athens and when that pressure washing between 8th Street and 14th Street would be scheduled for?
Excuse me, it would be done the same time as it's currently done. So we're just adding an additional pressure wash is what this is asking. So that section of Hermosa Avenue is done between 4 and 6, and Pier Avenue is done, between 5 and 6:30 approximately, for both of those. So it moves a little later as it goes up Pier Avenue. And so that would be, within that window would be what we would aim for, and for the same reasons that it's done at that time now.
But I thought that the reason why we're doing it at the time now is because we want specific areas to be available for people to park and go to our businesses starting, let's say, at 7 o'clock so they can go have coffee or what have you. But in the area, this area, not the area between the actual, I'll call them the 2-hour meters versus the 3 hour, the yellow post meters. On the yellow post meters, we have street sweeping that happens at least once a day, and it doesn't start before 8 o'clock in the morning. So in my mind, I'm thinking this would be the right time to do that pressure washing because you have street sweeping at the same time and there's no parking there. Parking is not allowed. And frankly, that's, again, I mentioned this in other meetings, that when I used to take my bus to downtown and the bus goes through Manhattan Beach, that's when they do the pressure washing on the sidewalks in Manhattan Beach in the morning when I'm in the bus, which is after 7 o'clock in the morning. And it seems to minimize the noise to people in the area, and the sidewalks look great when the bus drives right through there. Just do a really good job cleaning up the sidewalks. So I'm missing why we're doing it. We would be doing it at 6, and if we are, I can't support that motion. I can't justify us doing pressure washing at 4 o'clock in the morning next to people's homes in Hermosa Avenue. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Because this is one additional special cleaning, I think we might be able to flex a little more. But overall, that window is designed, again, over, from what I'm learning from years of coordination between the different services, and then also, pedestrian traffic on both of those streets. People start getting out there and walking, hitting the coffee shops early. And so, Athens is in a spot where they're trying to get the work done when there's nobody there, but not do it too early. And not interfere with pedestrians, not interfere with people sleeping. So it's that little window for those particular sections has been kind of determined over the years. Again, I think we have a little flex on this because this is a special, once a week cleaning, and I believe it's scheduled to be done on weekends if that helps. I think that maybe gives us a little more flexibility as well, but that is my understanding.
All right. Again, I really don't understand the timing wise. Other cities do it in times when people are awake. I don't know why we continue to do our pressure washing when people are sleeping. and I think we owe it to people that live there to give them notice and have that discussion rather than putting it on a consent item and authorize it and approve it and then have to explain to people why we decided, without letting people know realistically that we're going to be doing. Again, I couldn't tell from the staff report what time it was, so I only know that because I asked the question. So even if people read that staff report, they wouldn't know that they potentially would be having, pressure washing outside their windows at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I can't support that proposal.
Madam Mayor, may I add to this conversation?
Yes.
So just to share, it hasn't, in my experience with other cities, both working there and observing colleagues in other cities, this type of pressure washing for the most part is done when there are not people out and about. The idea is to have it taken care of before commerce starts. And then if you have a mixed use development area, which we don't necessarily here in Hermosa, then even more so, it becomes a juggling act. And I believe, and I haven't gotten confirmation yet, but our neighbor next door, I believe that we heard from their staff that they do pressure washing daily and it's done before 6:30 in the morning in the downtown area.
Can I ask a quick question? Oh, you're.
I'm sorry, Mary, I was just going to respond to that. I mean, my comment about Manhattan Beach is when when the bus goes through there, it looks like the sidewalks were just clean because they're still wet at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So you're right. Maybe it's done before 6:30, but it's still wet at 8 o'clock. But it just concerns me from the various comments that we heard from our residents. Why are you pressure washing outside my window at 6 o'clock in the morning? And as much as I'd like our streets to be clean, I have a really hard time explaining to them. And the comment we always get from people is, well, would you like to do that? Would you like this to happen outside your house? And frankly, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want a pressure washing outside my window at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I think we should, treat the other residents the same way we would like for our own home. So I'm not going to be able to support it.
All right. I have a quick question. Is that this same area, if we're adding one time a week, are they on the schedule at all for any recurring pressure washing, or is this brand new for that area?
No, those two sections are both pressure washed once a week currently, and this will add an extra day.
Oh, okay. So there'll be 2 times. Gosh, it's tough because it's so needed. It's really very much something that it deters greatly from those downtown corridors, especially with a lot more outdoor activity. But anyway, any other questions? Yes, Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also had some concerns raised over the noise of the power washing. I know that we've all gotten emails from one of our residents that, power washing down Lower Pier Avenue at 3:34 in the morning on the weekend. I kind of wonder if during the week would be a little bit easier to swallow closer to 6 because people are getting up for work anyways, getting ready to start their day. Maybe less pedestrians than on the weekends. The other question I have is with the new build outs that are all made of wood, what kind of impact that would have on the, again, the build outs the restaurants invested in. Would it degrade the build outs? Would it help damage the wood? Things like that. Since that is the area from 8th to 14th that we're looking at.
Well, from speaking with the Athens, they do their best to avoid the decks. The decks for the most part are meant to be weatherproof to some extent, pressure treated wood. They try to avoid those for a variety of reasons, as best they can and directionally wash so that it's not an issue.
And then is there any other solution or product or service that could take the place of power washing?
Well, Athens uses a combination of that and a scrubber machine. So it would continue to be a combination. So it's somewhat minimized strategically, but the scrubber can't get into the nooks and crannies. And that's where the hand kind of pressure washing accomplishes that. And of course, for specific stains that happen. So it is a combination, but, it would still entail some pressure washing.
Thank you for those answers, Doug. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I see Councilmember Pangary's hand up again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Doug, did you say that the areas these areas are being pressure washed now. So the area from 8th Street to 10th Street are scheduled to be pressure washed once a week now?
Yes.
What time does that happen?
It's within that window, so between 4 to 6:30.
Okay. I can tell you, I don't think that's happening right now, because from those areas that I walk all the time going to downtown, and those sidewalks don't look like they've been pressure washed for months. So if they're being pressure washed now on a weekly basis by 8th Street, it definitely doesn't show. So I think that if we try doing this, we're going to be doing it for the first time, and we're going to have some neighbors out there that are going to have the pressure washing go on 4:30 in the morning for the first time, and we're going to be hearing from them of why we're doing this. But that I could be wrong, but I don't think that these areas are currently scheduled for pressure washing, just from what I see on the sidewalk, and never seeing that sidewalks ever wet other than when it rains. So, but again, I could be wrong. Again, Madam Mayor, that concludes my comments. I'm not going to be able to support the motion. So if somebody wants to make a motion to proceed, and we can go through that. I'm done with my comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 quick questions. Right now, given where the pressure washing is happening during that window, they start probably on the plaza and then work towards Hermosa?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And I guess I'd be curious to know if they're pressure washing once a week now in the area we're looking to add another pressure washing opportunity. Have we received any complaints from that area? Because if so, I'm not aware of that area receiving complaints for pressure washing.
I know of one. I know of one. I'll leave it at that. One person that has complained. But I don't necessarily hear all the comments, so
Right.
Yeah.
Understood. Councilmember DeToy, did you have something else?
Yeah, I was just looking at the overview of the historic maps of the Athens street cleaning, and just wanted clarification on what is current and which is proposed, if you will. So it says summer times 2 times per week from 4 to 5 a.m. That's proposed, right? It's not what we currently have. That makes sense.
I'm not exactly sure what you're looking at, but
Councilmember DeToy, are you looking at something I sent by email this afternoon? So, Doug,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's existing, and again, that's a combination of scrubber and power washing. And again, it refers to different services in different places. So yeah, it's twice a week currently in some of those sections. And we're looking
the avenue would actually be 3 times per week. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
And I can verify this, but this has been gone over a few times, I know.
Wonderful. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging to strike the right balance. Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Great, Madam Mayor. I think that's exactly what it is. With that, I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready, or I don't want to cut off any discussion. So if council members still want to discuss it, feel free. But whenever you're ready, I'm happy to make a motion to approve.
Okay, I don't see any other new hands, so go ahead, please make the motion.
Okay, and before I make the motion, just following on my comment a second ago, I live next to a park which has public parking next to it that is power washed at various times, and it ultimately is a balance. I'm not sure there's a right or wrong answer at this one. We certainly hear from folks that our streets need to be cleaned more often, especially when they're highly trafficked. And does that have disruption inherent in it? Perhaps it does. These are important commercial corridors, so I think that cleanliness is an important priority for those. So with that, Madam Mayor, I move that we authorize the city manager to amend the contract with Athens Services to temporarily increase sidewalk cleaning in the downtown area.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. We have a hand up.
Madam Mayor, point of order. I thought we decided we we're going to go through this process and open it for public participation and then bring it back and make the motions.
Yeah.
Pointed out to Justin that maybe we should wait until we open it for public participation first.
Right. Yes, my bad. So
let me withdraw the motion because that was my oversight too. I hadn't recognized that we hadn't done public comment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
yeah, we've been talking well. Okay, so motion withdrawn, and I will go ahead and see if we have any public comment on the line tonight who would like to speak on this item. Now's your opportunity to be opened up for panelist or to press *6 on your phone if you happen to be on the phone. Is there anybody out there? I see a hand go. Oh, hand went up and disappeared. Maybe Amanda Mejia.
Voting Amanda to a panelist, Mayor, to see if she wants to go ahead and activate her camera if she would like.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. This is Amanda Mejia, Government Affairs Senior Manager for Athens Services. Just wanted to let you know I'm on the line. If there's any questions that you have and I'm able to answer, I'm more than happy to do so. We've been working closely with Doug and the rest of the Public Works team in closely monitoring the pier, Hermosa Avenue, the plaza, and just to make sure that we, keep it as tidy as possible during these times. I know there's been a couple of changes with COVID and, arrangements made with businesses. So we are absolutely doing our best to support the changes that are out there, and I'm available if you need me.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate you calling yourself out in case there are any additional questions. Is there anybody else on the line who would like to speak on this topic? Now is your opportunity to raise your virtual hand and we'll call on you, or press *6 on your telephone.
Nope.
Somebody there?
Ice cream. No. Already.
Somebody out there is unmuted, but now they've disappeared. Okay. Last call for public comment on this item. I hear none, and I see no hands in the panelist box. So I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion and or further discussions or questions for Amanda.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I move that we authorize the city manager to amend the contract with Athens Services to temporarily increase sidewalk cleaning in the downtown area.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for this item. Any last
I just have
word?
one comment, Madam Mayor. I wanted to point out that as residents may be disturbed by some early hour pressure washing, I know that our Public Works Director, Doug, our city manager, do work hard to address those complaints that come from a very limited number of residents, although we value the disturbance they may be experiencing. But I do think that it's important for us to note that we have our businesses struggling in the downtown. They're putting a significant amount of money and investing in the dining decks and outdoor services. And we owe it to them to work together to make sure that we're as clean and visitor friendly and resident friendly as possible as people are able to shop downtown and eat out at our restaurants. So I enthusiastically support this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for your comment. Anything else? Okay, and with that, I will ask the city clerk to call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember DeToy?
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
And Mayor Campbell?
Aye.
The item is approved by majority consent.
All right. Thank you very much. And we will move on now to, we have no public hearings, so we're at municipal matters.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Thank you. That takes us to municipal matters. Item A, receive report on emergency enforcement measures to ensure compliance with the pandemic-related health orders from both the city and the County of Los Angeles Health Department. And I'd like to turn it over to Madam City Manager Suja Lowenthal.
Very good.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I know that there were some questions about our enforcement over the weekend with our enforcement team as well as our police officers. So I do want to, in just a moment, introduce Chief LeBaron to not only provide the staff report, but answer any questions you may have. But I also wanted to share that prior to the council meeting, I provided the council with an update by email on our statistics from the weekend, our wrap up, and I kicked that off by expressing that Chief LeBaron was there in person for 2 of the 3-day holiday and can share with you, and a lot of the observations that were in my email to you are from him directly. So firsthand, I think it is important to note that when you have your chief spending a full 2 days, patrolling with staff as well as the code enforcement team, it speaks volumes to the observations he's making, and I hope that you will regard it as such. And with that, I'd like to introduce Chief LeBaron.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you very much. And if anybody doesn't believe that nice introduction, you can just look at my forehead and see the sunburn that's proof that I was out there all weekend. But Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I do want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight regarding the ongoing enforcement measures to ensure compliance with the pandemic-related health order. As always, I want to thank each of you for your support for the police department throughout the pandemic. And I specifically want to speak about the activities over this past Labor Day weekend. And I also want to just take a moment to thank the community. We received a lot of support this weekend. Knowing that I was out there personally, I can tell you there were people that just went out of their way to thank us and let us know that they appreciated what we did. So it feels really good when we know that we've got the support of our community, and that was very clear this weekend, and we appreciate that. The police department was absolutely prepared for the increased crowds due to the heat and the holiday weekend. We saw an increase of crowds as we expected over the course of the weekend, but we were appreciative of the fact that the majority of the people that were in Hermosa Beach chose to enjoy the city responsibly. Some of the observations that were made include the following, starting with the parking. The parking structure and the lots were all full by midday on each of the weekend days. There was visible traffic congestion near the beaches, and this was due to people looking for parking. Our parking enforcement officers were especially busy with closing off the lots that were full and redirecting traffic to avoid more congestion, and then enforcing illegally parked vehicles. I was told that we issued over 1,000 parking citations this weekend, which is a significant increase from the same time last year. And on the beach, myself and the officers that were out there observed that people on the beach were practicing physical distancing, but I will tell you that there were many that failed to wear face coverings while they were on the sand. There was some alcohol consumption on the beach, but the party atmospheres that we've seen in previous holiday weekends were not as prevalent. Officers did take a stand on alcohol on the beach, and anyone that was found with alcohol was either asked to dispose of it or issued a citation for possession of the alcohol. The parks were much less crowded than usual. We did not see any organized sports observed in the parks that we have been seeing over the last few weeks. And I will note that the police department and the health code enforcement officers made an effort to be visible at the key times during the day at the parks. We used a strategic approach of issuing warnings when appropriate and issuing citations also when appropriate, knowing that there were times where there were more people there and times where there were less people there. As far as the face mask enforcement, as the city manager mentioned, there were 346 people contacted by health order enforcement officers. They handed out about 100 masks. They issued 221 citations for failure to wear a face covering. And I can tell you that the majority of the face covering enforcement was centered on Pier Plaza and the Strand, where about 180 of the 221 citations were issued. This was based on the fact that we've received numerous complaints from the public for more enforcement in these areas. specifically near 2nd and the Strand, where numerous people have let us know that they would like to see more visibility. And we spend a lot more time than we have in the past out in that area in particular. We did also receive a lot of complaints leading up to the holiday weekend about lack of face coverings in the parks, which was our motivation to continue patrolling those areas, even though they weren't as crowded as we expected them to be. As far as the direction given to our health enforcement officers, it is primarily to be visible, as that was the direction from City Council when we first started deploying the health enforcement officers, and also to encourage the compliance through that high visibility and when necessary through citations. The officers are still warning and advising more people than they're citing, and there is no specific category of person who's being targeted for enforcement over another. I do realize that this is a controversial topic. We know that emotions are high for both sides of the argument when this enforcement takes place, and we have provided the officers that are out issuing the citations with body-worn cameras, and they're being used with every contact. I can tell you, after speaking to some of our health enforcement officers this weekend, they said that when the cameras come on, people tend to act nicer, but they're still seeing some people who want to be confrontational in the contact. We've given the officers the direction to avoid situations where the situation may escalate. They assess every single contact independently and individually when they approach it, to consider factors like the size of the group, the presence of any angry bystanders who might want to instigate or jump in, the apparent level of intoxication of the people being detained, and the ability for them to issue citations without creating an extended detention that might be considered unreasonable under the law, keeping in mind that they're usually deployed in pairs of 2, and if they're going to contact large groups, the ability to cite all of those people at one time oftentimes is difficult, so they have to assess that every single time they're going to make a contact. I was personally working this weekend, as was mentioned, and I spent Saturday and Monday patrolling the beach, the Strand, and Pier Plaza. I can affirm that the enforcement efforts of the health order enforcement officers was absolutely dedicated to those areas, as I saw them out there often. I also want to add that based on the comments from the last council meeting, we took the initiative to enhance our deployment of health enforcement order officers, and we adjusted their hours to cover more parts of the day and even more areas in the city by bringing in more officers than we had had in the past. And I can actually confirm this time that we had more officers deployed this weekend than Manhattan Beach did. Aside from the face covering enforcement, we deployed some additional strategies to create a safer environment for the pedestrians and the bicyclists on the Strand. We deployed additional security officers who were tasked with warning bicyclists to obey the walk zone and avoid electric assist on their bicycles. We also deployed barricades in a strategic manner that made it difficult to maintain high speeds through the most crowded areas. I actually saw many families using the Strand with their young children and paid special attention to any safety issues that might arise by inconsiderate bicyclists when the little kids were riding their bikes. My observations covered the Strand stretching across the entire city from the north end to the south end, and I can tell you that it was much better than it has been in the past, and people were generally being very considerate of each other, and there were a lot more people walking their bikes in the walk zone near Pier Plaza. As for Pier Plaza, the officers there, myself included, observed fewer open containers of alcohol than we had seen on Memorial Day, and we were also noting that there were a lot more people patronizing the restaurants that were offering outdoor dining, so the need to carry that alcohol off was probably lessened by the fact that they could sit and enjoy their beverages right there at the restaurant. So that's a summary of many of the key areas that I think we've talked about and you might be interested in, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Chief, I'll start off with a question that I don't recall if you have talked about in public, but I continue to be disturbed by the latest punching bag of the week, which right now happens to be the face mask enforcement contract security, and it's truly unfair. One of the complaints that just flies around mindlessly without really understanding the issues is that they go in twos. Why not cover more ground? This is for their own safety. I know you've spoken to that, and it's incredibly important part of the enforcement equation. And you may want to add to that, but the question I'm not sure has been addressed in public, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the price of them per hour. $65 an hour, and that's excessive. You could have anybody do that for less. And what I know that I understand is that these are professionally trained code enforcement professionals who've gone through a level of training where they know how to engage the public. They have the ability to write a citation in that scripted cast. That is, you can't just send someone out with a pad of citations and expect a good result, nor would that be responsible to do so. So I wondered if you could say a little bit more about the training of these professionals. And I also want to say, I saw maybe one of our community services officers who wasn't a yellow vest person, not writing citations, but really doing a great job slowing down the bikes, just engaging many passersby. I think that was on Saturday. But anyway, if you want to add anything to that, I wanted to raise those points.
Campbell, I appreciate that. Thank you. We could talk a lot about that. It's something that we've been experiencing really since throughout this entire pandemic. Is many times I think law enforcement has been targeted, whether it's code enforcement, police officers, just been targeted for the fact that we've been tasked with doing the unfortunate and sometimes unenviable job of enforcing the law. And so our health order enforcement officers are doing a very difficult job right now. You are right. They are the company that we contract with is paid $65 an hour. That does not mean these officers are being paid $65 an hour. That's part of the contract as to what they are paid. And these are officers that are actually trained with a level of authority that the average person doesn't have. So they have to go through a training course to do that. Many of these folks work as code enforcement officers in other cities as a routine part of their normal assignment with this company. So they come and help us when we need them on the weekends when they're not doing the other job that they normally do. So their level of training is far beyond what most people have. And I'll just frankly say it like this. They have issued thousands of citations to people who oftentimes are not happy, and we have yet to have a significant incident come from that. They're batting 1,000, and it is very, very difficult to consider that somebody could go out and do a job as hard as theirs and still have the level of compliance, and the fact that everybody's remained peaceful throughout this. It's commendable, and it's not something that should be overlooked. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Right. And I certainly understand the frustration out there, and people are always looking for the next place to aim the frustration. But I would hope that people would be reminded of the fact, and oh, by the way, this is the same contractor that our neighbor Manhattan Beach is using, if I'm not mistaken, same exact company. They're trained professionals, and they really do understand how to do their job. And they've been directed to move themselves around to all the places where we have required face mask enforcement, and to not jump to easy explanations or conclusions about what is observed in any one moment. And it doesn't mean it's perfect, because it never will be perfect. But to just have a note to appreciating that the role that they're in balancing out your officers and our other community service personnel. It's a whole equation of activities, and it's not random where they go and how they engage people to help with compliance in our city. So are there questions for the chief? Other questions for the chief about? Yes, Councilmember Armato.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for that report. I just wanted you to address what kind of instruction our health code enforcement officers, our own officers, anyone out there engaging with unmasked people in our community in the areas where they're supposed to be wearing masks, what level of discretion are they told to have in a particular situation?
So it's difficult to make a blanket statement about what their level of discretion is. We ask that they use discretion. We ask that they consider the situation, and if they can at times use a warning or hand out a mask, and that's the most appropriate response, they will do that. At other times, they're going to issue citations. It's very difficult when you're actually out there walking around and you're looking at all of the people everywhere, and you realize many of them aren't wearing masks, many of them are. Some are sort of wearing masks, or they're wearing them inappropriately. where do you draw that line, and where do you take the action that's going to have the biggest impact? So the direction that we've given is that they go out and they try and make an impact in the areas where we need them to, and that would be specific geographic areas where the majority of complaints or congregating without social distancing is happening, and in areas where they feel like they can be highly visible, write those citations, and even when they're writing the citations, people are paying attention to that. And by doing so, that's sending a message to everybody else. And I mean, I saw it this weekend as we stand in the middle of Pier Plaza, people would come around the corner on their bicycle, and as soon as they saw me, they'd pull their mask up over their face. So it's not a secret to us that people are only complying when they see enforcement. And if that's the way it has to be, then that's what we'll do. If you have 100 people standing in Pier Plaza and you're 2 people, you can pick foreseeably 2 or 3 people that you're going to cite. So how you pick them oftentimes just depends on that situation. Like I said, you're going to look at the surroundings. You're probably not going to choose a location to issue a citation where you've got a lot of people that are clearly antagonistic standing right next to you, whether they're the ones you're detaining or not, that might want to get involved in it. So it's a long answer to your question that every situation depends, but we ask them to make the biggest impact they can in the areas that they're choosing to work or that they're assigned to work, where visibility would be the utmost.
Okay, well, that's great to hear, and I don't know how anyone could dispute that. If we are sent pictures on occasion of what seems like could be an unreasonable situation to hand out a ticket, and they're actually writing something down. One of the code enforcement officers or health enforcement officers is writing on a piece of paper. Is that a situation where they could have been written a warning?
So they do have the option of writing warning citations. I can tell you based on the statistics from this weekend, there were no warning citations written. But one of the other things that we've asked them to do is keep very meticulous statistics on the types of contacts they're having in regards to whether they issue a citation, they just warn somebody, whether they hand out a mask, and also to make note of the people's attitudes towards them in regards to whether they are non-compliant or they're compliant. So they carry clipboards with them. And as they're talking, one person may be making notes. They also use those clipboards to write citations. But I would just, and I've seen some of those pictures, and I know that people will immediately assume what they do. It's possible that a citation was written to a single person or a couple people in a park where it looked like they were all alone, and it's possible that those officers were just writing down notes on the contact itself. What I would say is if anybody has a question about it, we as the police department are always open to discussing it. We have supervisors on duty 24 hours a day. They can address it if somebody feels like the officers handled it inappropriately. And also to remember that they're always wearing body-worn cameras, and that's not just to protect them, but that's to hold them accountable so that if necessary, we can go back and review that and make sure that the decisions they're making are in line with the direction we're giving and the real needs of the community.
That's great. Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate it.
Other questions for the chief or the city manager? Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the work for your men and women out there in uniform over the weekend. I went out to the beach on Saturday and Monday afternoon to cool down in the ocean a little bit with the family. For the most part, I know it looked crowded from the Strand, but everyone was spaced out well. It seemed like there were a lot of family units out there. I will agree that there are very few masks being worn close to the water. But that being said, there were some organized drinking games where they do take public trash cans and put a piece of plywood on top and Be or Die. It's a very fun drinking game back in college, but having it in a public space during a pandemic, taking up our trash cans where we're going to take our dinner trash and throw them away does kind of have some issues for me. So I saw some of the trucks rolling around and just kind of appreciated your report for the weekend, and definitely just share a lot of the success stories of the deterrence. I've heard radio reports of with the heat wave that everyone is going to head to the beaches, but watch out, Manhattan and Hermosa Beach, we're going to be still handing out tickets for not wearing masks. And so overall, I thought it was a good weekend. I'm glad to hear everything on Pier, Lower Pier, and Upper Pier went well. So just thank you very much for the work.
Councilmember DeToy, I appreciate the comments and I appreciate you being out there to see that. I have to at least address what you said about the games. I was in that truck that you saw driving around, and anytime we see that, that's like a light for a mosquito. We go right to it. And there were probably 10 of those games that we went up to and addressed. And I learned something this weekend, and that is that there is a new game that is very popular at the beach, which is very similar to spike ball and very similar to beer pong, but does not involve alcohol. And so those cups that you're seeing on the ends, the majority of the time we found they were either filled with sand or water. And we got out and actually looked, and a couple of the young men that were playing it, they explained to us how to play the game and invited me to come play with them. And if it wasn't for the optics that everyone would think I was playing beer pong, I probably would have joined them. But I can tell you that some people were drinking alcohol, and those people were addressed, and the alcohol was poured out. But the majority weren't, and that was as big of a surprise to me as anybody. So I just want to clarify that part.
Well, they must have changed the rules from when I played in college. So I'm glad to hear that they were in compliance, and it is a fun game. So next time you are off duty, you can fill it up with sand. So again, thank you for your work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's a superb example of things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah.
Great. Other questions for the chief? Councilmember Fangari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the report. I was curious if in your staff's code enforcement efforts or compliance verification efforts, do we have cameras on Pier Plaza and the Pier Head that you can see people on the Strand? And I know maybe a year and a half ago, I was given a little demonstration of our use of the drones on an as-needed basis, and I thought they were great, but I don't know how often do we use drones and whether or not you and your staff would have access to drones to basically evaluate, for example, what's going on the beach and decide which block of the beach that you think needs more enforcement or more that you need to be at instead of just driving by. So do you find these two tools, cameras and or drones, parts of the tools that you use for code enforcement? Or not?
So, Council member, the response to that is that we do have access with cameras. We have used drones in the past. Most recently, around Memorial Day, we were using them for certain gatherings and things like that. But we didn't use them this weekend, and it's not something we typically use for intelligence gathering at the moment. And the reason, there's a couple reasons. Number one, we would need to staff that with full-time employees who are doing that. And this weekend, we felt that our staff was better utilized actually being out on the beach, being in the streets, and also answering the increased number of calls for service and parking issues that were coming up. So that was a decision that was made based on this weekend's anticipated crowds. But it could be done. I think that where the drone becomes very valuable is when you have large groups and you need to see it from a different perspective than you might on the ground, because it gives you a better assessment of how big your group is and how big the area is that they're covering. For the things that you're mentioning, and I may be misunderstanding you, but I have oftentimes found, because Hermosa is small enough, that we can cover the hot spots in a matter of minutes just by driving, and we can go and assess. And that's what we did this weekend. Is we would start down at the south end of Hermosa, we would go up to the north end, and then we'd come back, and we would be able to keep note of the things that we saw. And if things became more intense or crowded in one area, we could immediately deploy resources or address it ourselves based on what we saw. So I would say that we're getting a pretty good assessment just off of our ground observations, but your question is valid. We do use those at times. It just wasn't appropriate this weekend.
All right, great. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
I just wanted to give credit to our staff, to Chief LeBaron. I mentioned it last week. I think what we've done is we've developed an enforcement strategy. We're never going to get to 100% compliance. My observations were similar to yours, Chief, going down and spending one of the days this weekend at the beach. Not a ton of mask wearing on the beach, but not a ton of big groups, not a ton of open alcohol consumption, not a ton of obvious social gathering. People were doing a pretty good job of keeping social distance. So for a holiday summer weekend, it was very tame. And I think that is a result of the strategy you have been putting in place for weeks, visibility and enforcement. The message is beginning to penetrate our target audience that if you come to Hermosa Beach, you are going to be expected to comply with the health officer orders. So all of the groundwork that you've laid and the consistency we've had in our strategy and the implementation of it over several weeks now is paying dividends. And in addition to that, the work you did on the public relations front and with the press, and the work the city manager did with the press, and the work the mayor has done with the press to basically continue to reinforce, as public health experts and city officials at all levels have, that, hey, we're doing the right thing. The numbers show it, both in the beach cities and in LA regionally, but we're not there yet. There's a lot left to do. Wear your mask, avoid social distancing, be smart. It's a holiday weekend. Let's keep heading in the right direction so that we can have a normal holiday season, maybe something approaching a normal Halloween holiday. All of that stuff is also beginning to pay dividends, because I was aware, both as a city council member, but also just reading the paper, of all the press reports in advance of the weekend and leading up to it about what the stakes were, and quotes from you and from Suja and from everybody reinforcing, along with all of our colleagues in our respective cities, that we have a lot of work to do to defeat this pandemic, and it's a holiday weekend, but let's all celebrate safely. When you combine all those two, the sustained effort at the public relations campaign, the sustained and focused and logical effort at enforcement, that's what we're seeing, and what we saw this past weekend as an end result of all that. So I give you credit for that, for developing that, for sticking to it. And I say, let's keep on it, because I think we'll continue to see improved compliance. That will allow us to continue to target the areas where we want to continue to increase compliance, while we make sure that we hold the improvements that we've already seen. So credit to you and staff. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I especially appreciate that comment coming from, it's a whole web of actions and sustained actions at that. So thank you for that. Any final thoughts before we might entertain? Oh, yes, Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to address the enforcement question that came up earlier related to the Strand, and just wanted to give just a reminder to council members that I did provide a detailed description of what the Strand enforcement reboot will look like. I don't want to discuss it here in a public meeting, as we don't discuss staffing resources to that level of detail, but I did send a very detailed email to council members describing why that enforcement might not be as active at this time and what our solution was going to be. So if there were any questions, I had sent that on Wednesday, so I was hoping that I would get those questions by way of follow-up, and did not hear back. But I would like you to rest assured that that reboot will take place. But given the priorities that COVID has placed on our plates, as well as a limited staff that we have at this time, it makes accomplishing everything but for the large public safety items, as well as the COVID matters, very difficult, and to be at all places at all times, very difficult. And I'm hoping and really begging the council's indulgence on that. And if there are any further questions, perhaps a review of that email from Wednesday would be helpful.
And really, no serious, as the chief said, no serious incidents from those engagements, which is actually something right now in the midst of this. All right, anything else before we maybe entertain a receive and file motion for this report?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Armatos. Second.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if you'd like to open it up for public comment.
Yes, I do. So hold that thought, Councilmember.
I'll retract my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to open this report item up to public comment at this time, if there is anyone on the call. And I think we had a little update on Zoom has a temporary suspension for the next few weeks for webinar call-in option. So Anne was able to do a little research since we had that question. So that would just mean you need to join the regular call. Is that correct, Mr. City Clerk? and not the call-in.
Correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay. And yet, if you wanted to join the Zoom call and you wanted to speak without your video, you do have that option, just to speak with your voice and not your video. And with that, I would like to see if maybe we have any public comment on the line for this item. No hands up. Don't see anybody. All right. It's mostly staff on the line, I think. All right. One more time, I will ask if there's any public comment, anybody on the line who is still trying to be acknowledged, that they would like to weigh in on this agenda item. Now is your opportunity. Okay, I don't see or hear anyone there who would like to speak, so I'll go ahead and close public comment and ask my colleague, Councilmember Armato, to make a motion.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll second that.
To receive and file. Sorry.
To receive and file the report on emergency enforcement measures to ensure compliance with pandemic-related health orders from both the city and the County of Los Angeles Health Department.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts before we ask for a vote call? Seeing no hands, Mr. City Clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato.
Aye.
Councilmember DeToy.
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
And Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
The motion to receive and file is approved.
All right, Chief, thank you so much for being here again and for all of your efforts on all of these fronts. Greatly appreciated.
Team effort, and we thank council, you, Mayor, and the entire community. They've really been helpful.
Thank you, indeed. Maybe you get to go home now? I don't know.
I'll be here if you need me.
All right, great, very good. And we move on to the next item, which is item B on municipal matters.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Thank you. This is for consideration of draft concepts for temporary lane closures on Pier Avenue to facilitate foot traffic and outdoor dining and retail options within the public right-of-way. And we have Environmental Programs Manager Douglas Cross and Environmental Analyst Leanne Singleton here with us to provide a report.
Welcome back, Doug. And Leanne's out there too.
There she is.
All right.
Well, good evening again, Mayor and Council. So we promised this was coming, and here it is. So these are the concepts for Pier Avenue, similar to Hermosa Avenue, which you approved a few weeks back. These are draft lane reconfiguration concepts for Pier Avenue from Hermosa Avenue to Valley Drive. So I will share my screen here so you can see them. All right, hopefully you can see that. So we received these about a week and a half ago. They went to the Economic Development Subcommittee stakeholder group for their review and feedback. They then went to the Economic Development Subcommittee meeting for additional feedback. And then in the meantime, we solicited feedback from all the businesses there along Pier Avenue and got a lot of different comments, even got suggestions and other designs from some of the community members. So that was very interesting and good, really, a good sign that they are engaged. Initially, we received 4 concepts. 2 of them were basically ruled out for a variety of limitations that they had. They were just kind of conceptual. These are things that are possible if you move the lines around, but they were not desirable by anybody that saw them. So this is our revised list of just 2 concepts, so a number 1 and a number 4. And in front of you, you see number 1. And again, as with Hermosa Avenue, these are not strictly, but almost entirely restriping and some signage. There is no barriers being installed, no construction, no concrete being moved. This will just be paint and signs for the most part. And so looking at this is north is at the top. You've got Hermosa Avenue to the left, and you see the curve of Pure Avenue moving up to the right. In this first layout, this is similar as far as the features to what we did on Hermosa Avenue for the concept you chose there. This would close the curb lane in both directions. It would change almost all of the parking. It would change all the existing diagonal parking to back in reversed angled parking, while maintaining the parallel parking that's exists on much of the south side of Pure Avenue. And then this would add a Class 2 bike lane in each direction, which would be in that closed curb lane. So you would have one lane, the number 1 lane currently closest to the median, open in both directions. And so if you, on this drawing, you can see the existing angled parking lines are still there, and they look like they're crossed out with the new lines, but that is just to show what the new angle and the new reversed angled parking would look like. This has the existing dining decks hashed out as well, most of them. There's still some that are in progress that aren't on here. Okay, so I will move to the next one. We'll come back for some questions and discussion. So this is concept 1. Moving down here to concept 4, this would remove not remove, it would change all of the parking on the south side of Pure Avenue, so eastbound, to reverse angle back-in parking. So all the way from Hermosa Avenue up to Valley Drive, getting rid of the existing parallel parking and changing it all to the back end. On the north side, westbound, there would be no change to the parking. The head-in angled parking would remain, but you would have, and on the north-westbound direction, you would not close any lanes. You would just have which is existing, a Shiro for bikes in the number 2 lane. On the south side of Pure Avenue, eastbound, the addition of the reverse angle parking would take out the number 2 lane so that there is only one travel lane eastbound, and it would coexist with a Shiro for bikes along the stretch. If you look closely down near Hermosa Avenue, there would be a little bit of a bike lane there because of the angled parking that exists in that, and due to the width of the street down there. But it changes, as you see, up into the main part of Pure Avenue to just one travel lane with a Shiro and the reverse angled parking. I have a chart again with some of the details, number of parking spaces. So you see existing, we have 109 plus 6 motorcycle parking spots in that first column. Concept 1 maintains more or less that same number with 107 parking spaces, a loss of 2. And then concept 4, you'd actually pick up a few spots up to 115. Certainly worth noting that all these numbers change as as businesses take over some of the on-street parking areas. But approximately that is the shakeout of the parking numbers. And then again, the other columns just describe the type of parking with, again, an emphasis on that reverse angle parking. bike accommodations. Concept 1 would have class 2 lanes in both directions, whereas concept 4 would have a Sharrow in both directions. And then as far as the outdoor dining or retail or service space that's created with these, the north side is already angled parking, so it's already has its approximately 14 feet. But the south side would gain in both concepts. So with that, I will open to any questions. And I'll keep this up here in case there are any. And
sorry, I was muted.
Oh, no
go
problem.
ahead. Finish what you were.
No, I think that's it. That's a good start. Get the discussion going.
Okay, great. Questions for staff? I've got a toggle to look at both.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. Question for staff. Have we gotten any input from our police chief or any of the firefighters as far as emergency vehicles travel on Pier Avenue?
I have not got fire yet on this. I send all these things to them, but they haven't seen this one yet. So no, sorry about that.
No worries. Our apparatus are a little bit bigger than theirs, so just want to see their input. And there are other east-west travel routes if necessary, but that's it. Thank you very much.
You might be proud, Councilmember DeToy, that I had the same question as one of mine. I don't know if you could even provide any insight about how that plays out, but it's a great.
I will say this. I mean, fire department was fine with our Hermosa Avenue layout. You know, I know it's different street, but again, I run all the dining decks and lane concepts by them. I just haven't done this one yet.
Other questions? I have a couple, I guess. So, well, I don't see any hands. The first one is, do we have any sense of how many establishments that could apply for a dining deck and haven't yet applied? Like, is it a big number or just a few more left, or is that something you've kind of calculated?
You know, I mean, I will say the majority of them have.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there aren't a lot left. You know, and I think from speaking with most of, or almost all the existing ones, they are looking forward to being able to expand if we do this. But as far as new ones coming along, we have a few that I'm speaking with right now, but there aren't a lot that could potentially still apply. Yeah.
Okay, sounds like, and I know we don't perhaps even know how many of them are struggling seriously enough that they may or may not be viable moving forward. But I'm actually curious. We don't have, maybe didn't receive more input online, or maybe we'll have public comment tonight. We received one from a prominent business member, Kathy Knoll, and it was in favor of option 1 very strongly, and maybe equally strongly against a number 4, but it didn't go into details why. Do you have any insight about why was the input?
You know, I spoke with some of the businesses that email included or represented this morning, and there were concerns with the Sharrow, you know, one lane and a Sharrow, and the potential slowdown of traffic and issues that could happen because of that. I have heard that some people are still, I don't want to say reluctant, but you know, a little curious for sure about reverse angle parking. although obviously we moving beyond that with Hermosa Avenue's design. So,
right, yeah. Okay, very good. That's really, my other notes here are more like comments. I'm going to see if my colleagues have other questions for you about this opportunity and these two options. Yes, Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. And I just had one other question. Have any of the businesses addressed delivery trucks, delivery times, things like that, since it would be down to one lane? Is there other options for that?
That is something we are exploring and discussing heavily right now with the Hermosa example, with our Public Works Department and traffic engineer. Some options. You know, we have spoke to the businesses. They don't seem overly concerned, but at the same time, you know, until it happens, you know, no one knows exactly how it'll look, and we certainly don't want to create, you know, an issue with that. So there are some ideas, and it'll take some coordination, you know, certainly with the businesses and with their vendors to cooperate as much as possible. But we have some signage and curb marking ideas that might, you know, would alleviate some of those concerns.
Wonderful. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. Looking for any additional questions, and if you have them, keep your hands up because I have to scroll down twice to see everybody.
I can stop sharing here if it'll help. There we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we at least all have it. Seeing no hands at this point for more questions, maybe we could go ahead and see if we have some public comment that wants to weigh in on this. All right, looks like council's comfortable with that. I would like to open this item up now for public comment if anyone is on the call, the Zoom call, rather than the call-in option. Please let us know by raising your, I see Laura Pena is got her hand up. So Laura, are you there? Or do we have to unmute her?
I'm promoting her to panelist now, Mayor Campbell, and I believe we also have John David who raised his hand. So they should both now be panelists and should have access.
Great. Laura, do you want to go first?
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. What happened last time, I guess I tried to speak, is I had two monitors on. One of the things that I wanted to say first off is that not being able to call in using a phone is really, really challenging because I don't always have my computer present, so I literally had to scramble to get on this call. In regards to the concepts, I've talked to a lot of service businesses on Upper Pier on this, and they don't want anything that's going to take away parking. They're really concerned that with a lot of these changes, that parking will be taken away. That's pretty much a consistent piece of feedback that I got. The other thing is, right now in Upper Pier, it's really, really dark. So I'm concerned, I don't know when this is going to start. I know from Hermosa Avenue, it's a 6-month process in regards to how long it will be able to stay once it's done. And so right now, having a lot of these changes is going to be very problematic because as Councilman DeToy said about the delivery trucks, if we do go to one lane, which I know a lot of other businesses do support Concept One, working out the whole delivery schedule for FedEx, UPS, is going to be something that has to be addressed. I think it can be addressed. I'm just concerned about any loss of parking. The other piece of feedback that I got from a lot of the service businesses is having their patrons learn how to do reverse angle parking. The question was why? Is this really going to help? Are we really going to make it more complicated to do all this? And what is the overall end up benefit to the business community? So I'm a little torn, but I just wanted to give you guys the feedback that I received from the service businesses. Whether you guys agree with Concept 4 or Concept 1, you know, I'm pretty much torn. I see the pros and cons, but I just wanted to give you that piece of feedback because people are listening. So I just want to thank everybody for my time.
Great. Laura, appreciate you speaking tonight, and all these questions need to be brought to the table, so I appreciate you being here. And let's see if John David is ready to speak.
I sure am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sound good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so it is tough because 1, 4, and doing nothing do have their consequences. I think that, first of all, related to this is the outdoor dining. Adding outdoor dining to Upper Pier or just Pier Avenue has really transformed things. As you drive up, we now have a vibrant, fun city, and I think lane closure on Pier Avenue just takes that to a whole new level. I think it is a very tough choice because of the controversy of lane closures in the past on Pier Avenue. I really want us to go in a direction of a much more vibrant, economically healthy city, and I am concerned about resident outcry if traffic does slow. People are pretty used to Pier Avenue becoming a highway in and out of the city. I don't think that's so good, but that's what they're used to. But with that being said, we're in unusual times, and I think we really have to do what's best for the businesses and moving our city in a better direction. I'm concerned about the parking for Upper Pier services, but whatever you do tonight, it's not going to change. It absolutely choose concept 1, choose concept 4, do nothing, and the parking situation for Upper Pier services still could be a problem. It may not be, but it's whatever you do tonight isn't going to alter that. Just looking at those concepts. With those concerns, I really would like to see you do concept 1 because it accomplishes closing a car lane in each direction and replacing with a dedicated bike lane. To me, it's much better than Sharrow. It's less complicated for cars, less complicated for bikes, and it really moves us in better directions. First of all, it slows down traffic and sets the tone for cars as they're entering the shopping district, the eating district. So I think that's really important. It sets the tone. You're landing into a commercial zone. I think that should help businesses automatically. I also think it's much safer. I don't know, who knows about the speeding car issue up in Pier, but it is a real issue. Most cars go speed limit, but you get quite a few of them just gunning it and, going highway speeds. So it's a real problem, and I like it that reducing a car lane in each direction addresses that issue. And lastly, and I think to me more importantly, cities all across the country are pushing for this living streets because it creates a positive effect on the population, the economy, the environment. I think closing a lane in each direction really, and that's what concept 1 does, and that really moves us in that direction. We have a very unique time when we don't have rush hour traffic. It's not the same issues that we've had maybe several years ago or at a different time. To me, it seems wise that we use this opportunity to test a different lane configuration, and see how it benefits the city. Nothing's permanent, nothing's irreversible here. It's just a unique time to try something new, and maybe that helps the small business and revitalize our downtown for the future. So again, I vote for option 1, and I really do want to hear your thoughts and trust whatever decisions you make are going to be the right ones, because it is a complicated one. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. I don't see any other hands unless I missed one, Eddie.
No, that's correct, Madam Mayor. I don't see any additional hands either.
Okay, good. Just want to check in case there's something we're not seeing. Is there anybody else on the line who would like to provide public comment? Please raise your hand so we can make you available to be called on. All right, going once and going twice. Okay, few comments, but very substantive comments. So I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for further discussion, questions, and or a motion. I'm happy to throw a few other comments in if no one's quite ready. I think there's a lot of things we have to remember, much of which was very well summarized by the speakers tonight. So I'll just kind of, just a couple of other things like that. You know, the equation of stuff that needs to be addressed, like deliveries, these are all things, traffic patterns, learning how to back and park, that would need to happen whenever we got around to making a pilot. Number one. Number two, there's a lot of unknowns right now still, but increasing, about what the future of working from home might be. I mean, one of the things that might be nice about more people being allowed to continue to work from home is we might have more people in town during the week and able to go patronize our businesses. The bottom line is everything about our master plan, with 4 years of input and collaboration with the community, as is similar for so many communities across the state and the nation, have been moving to these concepts of creating placemaking and creating safety for a variety of ways of traveling around the city. The thing about slowing down traffic in a downtown, I know that I've heard that from businesses over and over and over again. The fact that we have 2 lanes on Hermosa in both directions, 2 lanes on Pier in both directions, really just allows people to, number one, go too fast, number two, not really see and have a decision to stop and maybe shop conveniently while they're sort of moving a little bit more slow. Sorry. Just got home. And I think that, as was already said, this is the time to try concepts and allow us to see and feel, observe, and discuss how this can work in our little footprint, which is unique, of course, compared to other cities. And I think these are concepts created and designed by people who do this all the time. So even though I look at Pier Avenue and it's a little bit, it snakes a little bit, so it causes me a little bit of pause about the bikes and the bike lanes. But you know what, we have bikes already going up and down Pier Avenue, some of them electric, but bikes nonetheless, that are using that second lane now. And it does create its own natural slowdown, but it's not demarcated. And even in downtown Los Angeles, they're creating designated bike lanes everywhere as they have grown the downtown scene. So I guess you're probably getting that I am in favor of trying one of these concepts, and definitely prefer concept 1 even before I got some input tonight. Just think it makes more sense. It's a little bit more similar to what we're doing on Hermosa Ave. It gives us a kind of a full pilot, if you will, at a time that we could never have scripted. And it also will desperately help the business community at their greatest time of need, probably in their lifetime. We have multiple reasons to be bold, as we said in the past, and we are getting great feedback from people about the little bit of allowances that we've been able to create so far. It's overwhelmingly positive, which just confirms that what we have in our master plan is where the city would like to see itself heading, and
time we talked about lane closures on Hermosa Avenue, and I'm hopeful that we came to the right decision there. We'll see how it plays out, and its short-term form, and whether or not we extend it for longer. And I think it makes sense to continue that up Pier Avenue. I want to thank staff for moving this along swiftly. Thank you very much. And the Economic Development Committee for taking a closer look at it, to Laura and John for calling in or computering in to our meeting today and offering their input. And it seems clear from the input from our residents and from our business owners, and in an effort to stay consistent with the design on Hermosa Avenue, that we go with concept number 1. So I'm happy to make a motion whenever y'all are ready for that.
Okay, let me check in see if anybody else wants to weigh in before we make a motion. I don't see any takers. Leanne, did you want to jump in? You've been strangely quiet.
Perfectly okay with being quiet. I did see Councilmember DeToy, I think, maybe had his hand up.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you are. You moved up to the top right of my screen. Yes, please, Councilmember DeToy.
I just kind of want to reiterate everything that you both said. We had a great discussion in the Economic Development Subcommittee, and also I heard that the stakeholder group, I was not on the meeting, had a great conversation as well. So this has been vetted through many, many places. Doug's done a great job, and I'm sure Leanne has done as well, reaching out to our businesses. So definitely in favor of option number 1 as well.
Great. Seeing no more hands, Councilmember Armato, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we move forward with design concept number 1 to be implemented on a temporary basis to facilitate foot traffic, bicycle travel, and outdoor dining options within the public right-of-way along Pier Avenue between Hermosa and Valley Drive. Also authorize $39,000 to fund implementation of lane reconfiguration and associated work on Pier Avenue between Hermosa Avenue and Valley Drive. Expenditures would be submitted to the California Office of Emergency Services for Federal Emergency Management Agency grant funding, and authorize the city manager to issue an executive order directing the reconfiguration and including any CEQA analysis.
Right, thank you for the motion. I'm happy to second that. And just a quick comment about a comment, I believe it was referenced by Councilmember DeToy, or maybe Laura Pena on the call. There will be reactions, and I think anything we can do to get ahead of communication around this, if this passes tonight, would be another little point of to note for the staff, and I'm sure that that's not lost on them anyway. But we have a motion and a second. Is there anything else anybody would like to add before we call the vote? Okay, seeing none. Mr. City Clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato.
Aye.
Councilmember DeToy.
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
And Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
Item is approved unanimously.
Wow.
Madam Mayor, may I share something?
Yes, please.
Since we had difficulty for members of the public to call in, one of our team members was on the phone line with the support team from Zoom. And apparently the Zoom webinar call-in option for attendees has been temporarily disabled for a few weeks. We were not aware of this prior to this evening, so we will have to figure out an alternative call-in option for the next few weeks. So I just wanted to, one, offer my apologies to members of the public that were not able to call in, and two, let you know that we will look for an alternative while Zoom brings that feature back online.
Great, thank you. I mentioned it briefly, but I think it begs repeating, and thank you for reinforcing that. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and ask Eddie to call the vote.
It actually was approved unanimously.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, so we can move on to 14C if you'd like.
That's right.
Okay, and that takes us to authorization of the city clerk to advertise and request applications for a representative to the Los Angeles County West Vector and Vector-Borne Control District Board. And I will be providing a just brief report. Really what we're hoping for council to do is authorize the clerk's office to advertise and request just as described, so we can go ahead and have someone appointed for the Vector-Borne Control District, and the appointment would be done on January 12th meeting of 2021 for a 2-year term ending December 31st, 2022. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to assist.
Any questions for the city clerk on this? Okay, I see no questions, so we can go ahead and open it up for public comment. See if we have anybody on the line who would like to speak to this item. You would have to be on the Zoom call, but you don't have to be on video. Seeing a dwindling audience on the Zoom call and no hands raised, I will ask one more time if you would like to speak to this item. Now would be the opportunity. And I see no one responding, so I'll go ahead and close public comment and see if there's a motion or further discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion if my colleagues are okay with that.
They look very okay with it.
All right. I move that we authorize the city clerk to advertise and request for applications for Hermosa Beach representative to the Los Angeles County West Vector and Vector-Borne Control District Board to be appointed at the council meeting of January 12th, 2021 for a 2-year term ending December 31st, 2022.
Great, thank you. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember DeToy. Mr. City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Armato?
Aye.
Councilmember DeToy?
Aye.
Councilmember Fangari?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
And Mayor Campbell?
Aye.
The item is approved by unanimous consent.
All right, here we are at future agenda items.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. And just if I can briefly preface this, this is a time of meeting where you would make requests or we take requests from council members for future agenda items and questions from the council members regarding the status of future agenda items. No discussion or debate of these requests shall be undertaken. The sole action is whether to schedule the item for consideration on a future agenda. No public comment will be taken, and council members should consider the city's work plan when considering new items.
Okay, yes, Councilmember Armato.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a future agenda item, if you wouldn't mind. Requesting that council direct our city attorney to return at our next city council meeting with a proposed mayor rotation policy. And I would just merely suggest that it reflects the practice of considering seniority on council, but allow us some council discretion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. I'll happily weigh in my support with that item being brought back. I see a third for Councilmember Massey. So there you go, Eddie. Thank you for noting that. And let me see if there's any other items and or looking at the, yes, Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just point of clarification here, and good thing Doug's still on. Consideration of concepts for lane configurations on Hermosa Avenue is on our next agenda. Is that just follow up from previous meeting, or is there going to be an update?
I'm not sure why that's on there. I'd have to see that. That might be a mistake. There's no need for that to be there. But yeah, sorry.
Councilmember DeToy, I think we may have scheduled it a couple of times as a placeholder, but if anything, it would have been an update. You've already provided direction.
Okay. Right. Is that it, Councilmember Detoy?
Yeah, I was just seeing, just
Okay.
clarifying if there was another agenda item coming up or.
Got it.
That's it.
Madam Mayor?
Massey? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. It occurs to me that may have simply been a tag on to our approval of the lane configuration for Hermosa Avenue from 10th to 14th. Whereas at the vote, we extended it all the way down to 8th. So I thought it might be something that's coming back to us for final approval of the actual concept plan from our traffic engineers. Because I remember when we adopted when we approved the Hermosa Avenue reconfiguration, we said, let's move forward with it. Don't let extending it to 8th Street hold anything back. So I just didn't know if there was another piece that was coming to us and that this item on the future agenda reflects that.
Okay. I don't see other hands. I just want to note that it looks like a real potential marathon meeting next time, and I know the staff would do this. I certainly invite them if there's any items that could be better served at another meeting. Please feel free to suggest that, and if not, and these are all important, we will take it on and we will conquer it. Anything else? Okay. I don't see any other inputs on tentative future agenda items. So we are at our conclusion of tonight's meeting. So I'd like to thank everybody for the great discussion tonight. I would like to say that tonight's meeting is officially adjourned, and the next regular City Council meeting will be on Tuesday, September 22nd, beginning at 5 p.m. for closed session and followed by our regular meeting starting at 6 p.m. And with that, I wish you all a good night, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you.